What's up, everybody? You guys know who this is to my right?
What's going on, everybody? I think we lost Gate City.
All right, guys. So, for everybody that's just kind of tuning in, we appreciate you coming in. You guys might be wondering right off the bat, why did Gate City title this video in the thumbnail to what he titled it? For some of y'all who've been rocking on Twitter with us, you know what this is about. You know who posted it. You know who told us we should be ashamed to be Eagles fans. Well, I'm here to tell you, I ain't fucking ashamed. I don't know how else to say it. I ain't ashamed. How about you, Mike?
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, everything that's been going on with other teams and stuff like that. I mean, come on now.
So, listen, guys, for some of y'all that maybe are just kind of like, you don't really do the Twitter thing. So recently, and the only reason I first caught wind of it is because Brunson follows me and I follow Brunson. Someone tagged Brunson in something, which then threw me into it. And it was this sports reporter, basically from Minnesota, basically saying that we should be ashamed of the Philadelphia Eagles. We should be ashamed for rooting for them. I mean, I guess time heals everything. And people forget about the whole Adrian Peterson situation in Minnesota. Minnesota fans seem to have forgiven that pretty soon. Man, this whole situation, Mike, has just gotten entirely way too far blown out, in my opinion, man. This is way too, into the radar, in my opinion. Like, what he said was incredibly stupid. I'm not here to justify what he said, but I'm also not going to act like I didn't understand the underlying point Deshaun was trying to make. I don't get how people can honestly look at Deshaun Jackson and honestly think that this guy has any malice at all in his heart towards other people. It just seems really disingenuous to say that. I don't see anything from Deshaun Jackson's past that would indicate that. If anything, in my opinion, I thought Deshaun Jackson has somewhat developed, guys. I mean, from where he started to where he's become as a young guy back in 2008 to where he is now, it's a different dude. Mike, I've tried to understand it from a lot of people's different sides in their perspective on it. And I get what he shared wasn't the most conscious thing to do when it comes to the Jewish community, that larger text was pretty bad. But I also understood what he was trying to say. Like, I thought the message was pretty clear what he was trying to say. I don't get it, Mike. What do you think's going on here, man?
I'm on the side of I agree 100%. Like, especially where today is, he should have never said it. It was wrong. Just the simple fact of who it's mentioning. It is kind of taken down. I mean, you're talking about one race while trying to uplift another one. Again, with the Black Lives Movement, stronger than it's ever been, which I'm pro. I'm all for. I support it. Can't wait to see what the NBA and NFL continue to do with it. But I'm along the lines of the way today is, the pushback on the movement is crazy in the sense that if somebody slips up and does anything like that, they're going to attack and use that. And again, it was wrong in the sense of, I think Deshaun Jackson, again, it's not like he, researched and did it himself. Again, when you retweet something, you're co-signing it, but it's a retweet. You know what I mean? He could have read it. Who knows what he was actually doing? So it could have been in the sense of when Deshaun Jackson read it, he only really paid attention to the end and said, this is true. Bang. You know what I mean? Hit it. So I think it was more of that than him really deep thought thinking about it and saying, this is what I really firmly believe and all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It just seems really disingenuous. I don't know what happened, Mike, but you popped up twice, bro. I just saw someone. I thought it was Reese, but it is you popping up again. It just seemed really, really disingenuous the way that they've been covering this. And look, I'm not gonna lie, and Mike's kind of coming in and out, guys. Like I said, he's having connection problems, but I'll get him back in as soon as it picks back up again. I'm gonna act like if this was a 5th or 6th round pick, if this was an undrafted rookie free agent, if this was a guy that could not play, would he still be on the team? Probably not. Of course, that has something to do with it. But I mean, at the end of the day, people are people, and people say stupid things. and he didn't even say anything. He just shared something. I just don't get why people are so quick to condemn somebody instead of trying to understand why it occurred and trying to make sure the person is a rational human being first. You know what I mean? Like, the person's not rational, then I get it, man. Then you move on. But for another fan base to try to tell us that we should be ashamed to be Eagle fans, I'm not down with that, man. I'm just not down with that, guys. I'm sorry, I'm not down with it at all. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's crazy this keeps going on. And I was like Mike, and I was like a lot of people where I didn't really want to touch on it, this week. But then it just felt like if we as Eagle fans didn't start to show the ownership and front office that we're not happy about the situation, and if some shady crap goes down, that we're gonna make noise about it, I felt like something stupid could have occurred. That's why I felt like we kind of need to start voicing our opinion, or else something really bad's gonna happen. This whole offseason, guys, I wanted to get into more of the offseason here. This entire offseason has been a little crazy. We started off with Brandon Brooks suffering a season-ending injury. Sucks, man. Like, losing Brandon Brooks was, already kind of a wrinkle, right? It just seems like we never have, at least not recently, guys. We just have not had a smooth transition into anything. But, we've gotten really, really good at really rallying around the cause, rallying around the team, and keeping it together. I'm just hoping we finally get a relatively healthy season, because it's not going to be healthy, obviously. But if we can keep relative health, you know what I'm saying? Like, then at least, you know what I mean? Like, maybe we can finally make an actual push. And that's what I'm hoping for, is just relative health finally. Because if we can get that relative health, then we'll be okay. I think he froze up on Mike again, guys. I'm going to try to let it see if it kind of works out for him. It's crazy, man. Like, it's crazy that I know this happens to every football team, but it just feels like the Eagles, like, it hits us in the worst places at the worst times. So I really respect the crap out of the organization for staying on their toes here and making sure that they get quality depth for us. And I got to be honest, man, it's going to be a crazy thing as we approach this season if we're, what's going to happen. Because I don't know how some of you guys feel, and I'll let you guys chime in a little bit. But having a possibility of no preseason, I'm hoping we get a full camp. It just seems inherently dangerous to me to go into a season without a camp for the players. It just seems like you're asking for injuries to occur. And, I'm hoping we don't see kind of that happening due to injuries. Because if we can't get in and have a proper camp, that worries me with our recent history. Mike, what I was talking about was, man, like, outside of just the Djax thing, just the fact that our off seasons always seem to be full with crap. Like, we started off with losing Brandon Brooks. And like I was saying, with this coronavirus bullcrap kind of circulating around, and I don't mean bullcrap as in it doesn't exist, guys. I'm not one of those people. I mean bullcrap as in, like, it's affecting everything. I was talking about if the players have to miss a preseason if they don't get a full camp. What do you think the probability is for injuries across the league? Do you think it's going to be, like, ridiculous? Or do you think that, honestly, like, maybe keeping the limited contact down might actually go in their favor?
It's really hard to tell, for the simple fact that the less abuse to your body, the better, but also the more at risk for certain kind of injuries, like the hamstrings, the groins, the things that your body was so used to doing constantly, 5 days a week, 7 days a week, game, practice, all that good stuff, training camp, and now you just go without it. So things can happen. I think it's maybe not the big injury, but the lingering injuries, like the pulled muscles and the hammies and the groins. I think that can definitely spike up with what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, it does worry me a little bit just for the bigger guys that got to play down there in the trenches. You know what I mean? Like, that's just a whole different world. You know what I mean? For the skill position players, I think your biggest concern is a guy possibly pulling a hamstring. You know what I mean? A guy maybe suffering something to do with the Achilles, the ankles, that kind of stuff. I mean, that can become kind of a concern here. But I got to be honest, Mike, man, I can't imagine not having football, bro. I understand from the player's perspective why it's dangerous. I get it. There's no way to socially distance football, but bro, that would be a miserable fall and winter, man. Like
it would. My biggest thing is I can't see the NFL sitting back and watching the NBA restart this season, the MLB get a 60-game season. I can't see it. The NFL is the biggest brand when it comes to sports. I really firmly believe that they're going to play. I'm concerned is can they finish?
Yeah. I think the NFL is dead set on their starting a season. Whether they'll finish the season, that's a good point. I mean, I guess the concern is that the NFL's got a lot of money. But I don't know that, throwing money at the situation certainly will help it, but it's not going to solve it per se. Because this is asymptomatic, that's my concern. You know what I mean? Like a dude could be spreading this and not showing any symptoms. And some people can be asymptomatic for the entire duration of having it. They may never exhibit any symptoms. And that's, you could be a carrier basically. I mean, that's kind of scary in itself. But if any, I think that the NFL is probably going to put a lot of money towards resolving this just because they stand to lose a crap ton of money. I don't know if anyone heard, guys, but the NFL really came out recently and stated that they're already thinking about having, I think, quarter capacity. I don't know how soon they're going to do that, but they're already talking about having quarter capacity and fan attendance. But I've already heard some organizations are already saying that they won't do tailgates. They won't allow tailgating. They won't allow anything like that. I mean, it just kind of takes away from the experience of the game. I mean, would you even go to a quarter attendance game?
I mean, I would, because again, I've already experienced enough of the tailgating and the regular stuff. But yeah, you want to be hyped with the crowd. It's going to be a lot. I mean, but I would definitely want to experience it, but I won't know if I would like it. I probably wouldn't like it because all that other extra stuff is, like you said, part of the what you love going to a game for. But what's going on, Jared Reed? It's interesting. My thing is, are these tickets now doubled and tripled priced?
Good question. So who would be the quarter in attendance? The season ticket holders?
Yeah, well, yeah. Think about that. The season ticket holders might take up that quarter.
Murph, you dedicated, bro. We love you, bro. You dedicated, man. I mean, it's a good question, Mike. I mean, hey, guys, in the comment section, chime in if you know. Would that quarter capacity go to the season ticket holders? Because I would imagine pretty close to 25% of the stadium is season ticket holders. I don't know the exact percentage, but I mean, that sounds of roughly, you know what I mean, in the area.
Yeah. And they're the ones that you want to make sure you don't lose, you know?
Deshante Dupree, 100%, bro. It'd be purgatory for me.
Yeah, so real quick, shout out to the chat. The way I'm doing this on my phone, that's why Philly Fresh brings two things on when he does it with tablets. I cannot see the chat at all, so I can only see what Gate City's pulling up. So I can't see nothing. But real quick, shout out to Charles Smith, who changed his name to Be More Philly. For those who know Charles Smith, always giving great advice in the chat, always talking crap in the chat, and also doing a lot of good things for, a lot of Eagles YouTube content creators. He's changing his name to Be More Philly, and the guy's thinking about doing a merchandise thing. So hats, hoodies, shirts, and his logo is fire. It has to do with the Eagles. It's not full-fledged Eagle, but it's nice. So we're going to get that out there. I don't know if we can do it in this one. I didn't text Gate City the picture, but definitely be on the lookout for future merch from Be More Careful. Be More Careful. Be More Philly. And he's not a content creator, but hey, you can make fire outfits without having a YouTube channel. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey, Art, if it wasn't so much money tied into this, Art, I think the NFL would have already pulled the trigger on this. I think the reason they haven't is because of how much money could potentially be lost. I think it's the only reason why. G Sanders said, "Can I get a wrench?" Let me see which one you're on, bro. I'm sorry, G. Let me see which channel you're on, man. Guys, so Mike is being a trooper here for us, guys. Mike, you want to tell everybody your news?
Yeah, for those who don't get to see community posters and stuff like that, as you've been seeing my videos, each video I put out this week, some Sixers, some Eagles, they all been at different spots. But Friday, closed on the house. Been working nonstop to get things going. I don't have internet yet. Internet is set to come between 10 and 12 tomorrow. So where I'm at now, it's like, my phone's okay-ish. I guess it's doing decent. I don't know how much I'm lagging. But, yeah, so we be back to the regularly scheduled programs. But, yeah, closed on the house. So it's all good. It's all good. Hopefully I'm going to die in this place.
Murph's coming for you, bro.
Here we go. Here we go. Hey, it's all good. He got me by like 3 inches. He thinks he's like
Charles. So I've been trying to keep up with the chat, man. I can only catch half of what Mike's saying. Mike's what? Charles, you started a channel finally?
He changed his name to Be More Philly, and he's going to put together like a merch, like shirts, hoodies, hats with a logo that says Be More Philly and has stuff with it. He showed me. I have a picture. I was going to send it to you, but I was having trouble getting on anyways. But yeah, it's fresh.
Cool. Hey, yeah, let me know when you get that up, Be More. You got one customer right here, bro.
Another one.
So Matthew, let me pull your comment up, buddy. It's going to be interesting to see how the season unfolds the closer it gets. And congrats on the house, Mike. Yeah, Matt, I think we both feel the same way that we're not experts on this. Like, I don't work with this type of this field, man. I mean, I couldn't tell you anything. I don't know how it's going to unfold. I don't know how it's going to go. I know that a lot of the scientists behind it feel it's particularly dangerous, but I don't know, man. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I just see as long as NBA has a restart, and as long as the MLB start that 60-game season, the NFL will not back down. They're not going to be the first ones to back down. Now, if NBA restarts and then even the bubble, something happens in the bubble and they can't finish that restart, or the 60-game season can't be finished, then the NFL might fall back. But if they do it, the NFL is not going to stop. I'm just concerned on what happens when cases super spike. You got half a team missing or blah, blah, blah. Like, again, you got to think half a team gets it, right? You got to quarantine yourself for 2 weeks. So you're going to play 2 weeks with practice squad players. And I mean, legit, like imagine if 15 guys get it. 2 quarterbacks, a running back, 3 receivers, 2 offensive linemen, a defensive lineman. You're going into can you really count that game? You lose to the Eagles beat the Ravens, but we're playing their 4-stringers, because they're coronavirus. Who knows?
I mean, what do you think about the option of players opting out?
I mean, there was a time where a lot of people were either able to opt out of their jobs or their jobs just stopped for a while. So, some players are scared. Like for those who don't watch basketball, Joel Embiid arrived to Orlando in a hazmat outfit. Dude had everything on. He had the whole space suit on, and it's legit. There it is.
That's a close one, Murph. It's a close one, bro. I'm a hand talker. I don't know what to say. Mike, you Italian?
I'm a lot of things.
Yeah. It's an Italian thing, guys. My last name might be Heider, and that might be clearly German, but just know my biological father's name was Magno. So there's some Italian there, and yeah, I talk with my hands, guys. I'm not even gonna lie. I've tried to tone it down. It's hard for me, man. Let's sit on my hands.
Like
I don't know. Hey, the crazy thing is, guys, on lives, I mean, you have to really pull your hands up and over to even get them in the frame. like to be real. I mean, I can do it. Let me go wider shots. Go wider shot with it. There we go. Yeah, man. So, guys, I've been posting videos about the whole situation in our secondary. And this week, I meant to get through more players, but all this crap happened and forced me really into a form of content that I don't particularly like to make. I'm not particularly good at that type of content. It's not my strength. I don't like doing it. But I felt like those things had to be covered. But before that, guys, I talked about I brought Avonte Maddox's film, in on Monday, and then today, mind you, guys, I made this back on Thursday. Couldn't post it Friday all day yesterday. I could not get this video to post. Finally got the thing after I converted it a second time to an MP4 format to upload to YouTube, and I still had to cut out like a minute and some seconds out of the video because it went crazy at the end, where I couldn't salvage the film on it. But if you guys have any questions about this situation with Rasul Douglas, Avonte Maddox, Sidney Jones, obviously you guys know where I'm going next. You know Trevor Williams is coming up on that. Go ahead and say it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Charles. But let me know your thoughts on it, guys. My thing was this. I thought when you watch the film, for me, it was quite obvious that on film, Rasul Douglas was playing very, very good in zone. He just has really good instincts for the depth to drop back on. He struggles sometimes when he gets over aggressive on the underneath stuff. But I thought all that stuff, hey, you're gonna get beat every now and then. I was more concerned with Rasul Douglas's footwork because when I broke down the film work of Rasul Douglas, you guys that haven't got a chance to watch it, I posted it this morning. It's up on my channel. You go watch it. In man, and I broke down quite a few snaps from the Dallas game for you guys. In man coverage, he had a couple of slip ups to where it was mostly due to his footwork or lack thereof the footwork. And he really got hit with a good jab step that was then kind of turned into a diamond release. But I thought he did a good job because after the jab step, he kept his hands on Gallup. So Gallup really couldn't get that diamond release to really get the, because I'm going to be honest with you, if Rasul Douglas missed with his hands on that slant route, that would have been a huge gain or possibly a touchdown. So, I mean, definitely he does some things well, like when he gets physical, but the footwork, guys, it's a good thing he's working with what they call the cornerback guru. He's working with the footwork god, as they say, or footwork king is what they titled him. So I'm interested to see what shakes out of this cornerback room. Because I'll be honest with you, Mike, I have my preference. I got my preference there, but there's not a lot separating Sidney Jones, Rasul Douglas, and Avonte Maddox outside of their height. There's not a whole lot separating them in terms of their play. Like, don't get me wrong, Sidney Jones on the more vertical man stuff, he's really good at it. Avonte Maddox on the underneath man stuff, he's really, really got a lot of agility, guys. He's good at it. Rasul Douglas in the zone stuff, pretty good at it, man. Rasul Douglas, I really think Rasul Douglas should have been made a nickel or a safety a long time ago. They never did. But I'm really, really intrigued to see what happens. I honestly cannot wait, hopefully, for camp to start. You got a preference, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to prefer to see what Sidney Jones can do for the simple fact that what we drafted him for, where we drafted him, his pre-draft potential, showing spurts and man coverage, being able to get it done with his speed and athleticism. Where Douglas is better at zone and struggles with certain mans due to some footwork issues. Sidney's the opposite. He needs to be more better in zone. Maddox is one of them guys who's probably more versatile than all of them, but the height to play on the outside really brings him down. You know what I mean? He said Philly Fresh is on the way. He said he missed the bus. That's crazy.
Guys, Philly Fresh will be here soon.
So yeah, I'm gonna rock with the Sidney Jones is my preference, but I agree. I started watching your video and I something happened. I forgot what happened, but I didn't get to finish it. But yeah, Rasul did play better than what people think in that Dallas game. You know, Sidney Jones came in and cleaned it up at the end, but yeah.
G, I'm going to kick this one over to Mike, and then I'll answer. What are your thoughts on signing Clowney?
I was for it back when he was high priced and they first kind of linked him to us. I would still be for it, especially if the money's dropping down. I think I saw reports that the money is dropping down. He wants to just get there to a team for 1 year, prove that he can stay healthy and do better to get a better contract. But I did hear that, you know, when he got linked to us again, which is this time around, I heard he was close to just coming back to the Seattle Seahawks, I thought, too. So I would do it, but I think he's going to end up being a Seattle Seahawk for 1 more year.
Yeah. It's tough, man. On one hand, I can see the merit behind it. On the other hand, I don't know how much the money's come down, and we really need to roll cap over. I'm not particularly fond of calling it rolling over. It's more of a deferment, but we're gonna move money from one season to the next. We don't have a choice. Like, got to. You know what I mean? Like, we're in a pretty bad cap situation, and if we cannot put fans in the stadium, it's going to affect the league revenue. It's going to affect the cap the next season.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna have to. There's a couple of comments here, guys. We're getting to them. We just want to be fair as we can here. Philly fan D said his preference is for Jones. I think most of us is. I think Avonte Maddox is probably better off the jump. I think Sidney Jones, if you just get him into the rotation, I think eventually the mechanical nature of the position, it'll kick in. I just think he needs to stay healthy. But Jalen hit on something I wanted to bring up, Mike. Jalen said, do you think Maddox, because Maddox has a year left after this year, do you think that factors into him getting the job? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Couple of things here, Jalen, in my opinion. It's just opinion. Because this is not film breakdown, nothing like this, guys. This is just opinion. Number one, to me, it seems like there's a preference towards Avonte Maddox from the coaching staff. You might ask me, Gate, why do you think that? Go look at the playoff game and tell me who played. You know what I mean? Number two, I think you're hitting on it, Jalen, is that we are in a cap situation. He still is under contract. You know, I mean, I think that's probably going to play a role. It shouldn't play a role. I do think it might. I think that might actually play a role. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, that is a that's perfect answer or a perfect question for the simple fact that people are saying Sidney Jones because he's about to hit them. Anyway.
You got the fourth going on, bro?
Can't be for too much longer. So he pretty much, I agree with that statement for the simple fact of the matter being, yeah, so Sidney Jones, they wanted him to play good. He's been injured all in his rookie deal. But if he plays subpar, you know, he's going to have to play really good for us to extend him. And with the numbers, we're going to be forced to let a lot of people go, restructure people. And Maddox is a guy that we can get in. If he plays well, it's better because we don't have to worry about him next year when our cap is kind of messed up. So that is a really good assumption because teams do that. Not only you got to get the best talent, you got to get the best situation going forward. And this may not be the talent at that point because Sidney Jones could play really good, but then that's such a small sample size of him playing good. Is he worth a 2 or 3 year deal for whatever dollars? You know, when Maddox is going to be able to perform and still be on a contract next year. So it's interesting.
Yeah. So Charles, Mr. Be More Philly said, Maddox might not be a starter if Roby Coleman is as good as they say he is. There's a lot of film. It's not prevalent, Charles. I mean, a lot of teams don't run dime, but I think the Eagles were, from what I can see on film towards the end of last season, we started to really play a lot of dime. If you're playing dime, you're going to have Coleman and you're going to have Maddox on the field. It may vary by the situation, of course. You know, red zone, you're probably going to want some taller slot guys out there. That's why I think a guy like Rasul Douglas, you can't can't count him out yet because he can definitely play inside, and he's got the height. He's also physical, and you're going to have physical slot receivers in the division. I mean, just to be straightforward. I mean, if you look at the Giants, they got two guys that are slot guy, right? Golden Tate's really kind of a slot guy, and even Sterling Shepard's really kind of a slot guy. You know, you go to Dallas, Amari Cooper can play the slot, but ideally you don't want a $100 million guy playing the slot. But then you got CeeDee Lamb. I'm not saying CeeDee Lamb's going to torch corners in the NFL his first year, but he's physical. You're going to need a guy that can get physical back in return, that can disrupt the rookie. I think Rasul could be that guy. I think our safeties can do that too. I think, you know, Rodney McLeod, my boy McLeod here. McLeod was surprisingly used down at the line of scrimmage more than I thought, guys. When I first saw it, because, you know, normally when I look at film, I always saw McLeod kind of playing more of, you know, that deep safety role, playing the free, playing more of, you know, he's your single high normally. But then I noticed that he was actually a little more diverse than what it first appears. They did use him actually on the outside in some underneath coverage stuff when they were doing a little bit of like switch coverages there. So we got guys that could come down and cover. I mean, you got Kavon Wallace. He can do that role. McLeod can do that role. Jalen Mills can do that role. You know what I mean? Like, so I think we're going to see a little more diversity out of the corners than what people think. And guys, I don't want to give away the dead giveaway to my entire analysis of this series that Charles asked me to do. He didn't ask me to go this in depth as I've taken it, but as I tried to answer Charles' question, I had to go to this link to answer it. So that's why I'm creating this entire film series. This is what I'll say. I don't think it matters if it's Avonte Maddox or Sidney Jones as the theoretical starter. I think they're both going to play a lot. That's my take on it. I think it, you know, who cares who's out there on the first snap? They're both going to play a lot of snaps. That's the way I'm looking at it.
That does make sense.
I saw some questions, guys. Let me get to them. Sorry, man. I apologize, guys. We got 51 people in here, guys. We appreciate y'all, man. If y'all can hit that like button for us, guys, we really appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah, my man Gate City doing the hosting today. It's rough when the comments start flooding in.
Yeah, it is, man. I'm so trying to catch up because a lot of you are asking really good questions. So I'm trying to actually get to them. Philly Fan D, what's up, my guy? He said, am I the only one who still thinks Mills will be the CB2? You want me to go?
I can go. No, that's a real possibility. Again, you got guys in the backfield for safety. We got guys like Kavon Wallace, Will Parks, Rodney McLeod, and Jalen Mills. 4 guys. Now, again, if we see what Gate City's saying, where you're trying Avonte Maddox and Sidney Jones and Rasul Douglas on that CB2 spot, and it's just a rotating door when it comes to one's a little too small, one's a little too slow, one's a little bit too zone happy, not good at zone. And so it just comes back to just put Jalen Mills there. He's going to be better because he don't got to worry about the number one if we shadow. And you still got rotating guys. I think it's also going to factor in, is Kavon Wallace picking up the playbook? Is Will Parks picking up the playbook to where they can be like, we trust these guys. We can use Mills back down there. So it's definitely a possibility in my eyes.
Yeah. So Philly Fan D, my perspective on it is that they probably won't go with Mills at CB2 unless all these options we brought in can't do the job. They already committed to playing more as a nickel and a safety. So to me, that would have to be like, okay, these guys we brought in, Sidney can't hold it down. Avonte's not made for it. Trevor Williams can't do it. Rasul can't do it. You know what I mean? Like, it would have to be to the point to where you have to move him back out there. I mean, that's my take on it.
No,
I'm not going to say it will or won't happen because it's hard to say.
On the opposite side, what if Will Parks is just playing so good in limited snaps, we want to get him more on the field? Or Kavon Wallace by week 6 is playing so good, we want to get him on the field. And, you know, Jalen Mills is playing up to par, but, you know, we still know what we can get from him at cornerback. And he's always been the so-called cornerback 2 because Darby was the number 1, but they didn't rotate. So Mills had his fair share against number 1 receivers and number 2s. So what I'm saying is it could be, like you said, that means of Maddox and all these guys failed, or it could be just Parks and Wallace are playing good enough you can use Mills different spots.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Drew. So Drew said, do you think Jalen Reagor is the real deal? What Wentz has been missing? Look, man, I've been in Jalen Reagor's camp for a very long time. I have a video, Drew, if you want to go back and watch it. If you search my channel, you'll see I have a video back at the very beginning of April where I broke down why I thought Jalen Reagor would be the best fit out of the draft for the Eagles. What I'll say about Jalen Reagor is don't make the kid your savior, but I trust the talent. The kid is a much better route runner than people realize. I can't wait to see this kid take the field because some people are sleeping on this kid's ability as a route runner, and he's really good. There's some concern. I pointed out on my video that he does have a couple of concentration drops, but to be fair, he played with some really bad quarterbacks, and he had one of the highest uncatchable ball rates in the league. And when you got a kid like Reagor who will elevate up after difficult passes, you're going to have a high drop rate because you're going up after passes that most guys will just kind of look and go, yeah, I'm not doing that. He's, it's going to elevate things like that. Now, I think the real thing is how fast can he get acclimated to the offense? How well will he understand the offense? And can he build chemistry with Wentz in this crazy offseason we have? That, to me, that's the bigger concern. You can go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry, man.
No, that is probably my biggest concern is, getting a guy who Doug Peterson said we're going to move him in slowly. But again, if guys like Marquise Goodwin continue to get hurt, if JJ don't take a step, if, Alshon's not back to week 8, if for some reason, the young guys in Quez Watkins and Hightower, do something, no matter what we want to do with Reagor, he might be forced to be more of a first and second option when it comes to the receiver. We got tight ends, we know that, but I think not having a normal training camp this year is really hurting us, not just for the rookies that we're going to ask to do more, just the mix matching pieces. Like, look at our secondary, Slay, all these guys come. It's a lot. So this training camp was very important, but I am a believer in Reagor, and I do believe he's going to have a pretty good career with Carson Wentz. Yeah.
It's tough, man. It's really, really tough because G, I'm going to pull your comment up, okay? So Will Parks is going to fit well in Philly. Remember I said it. I hate to tell you this, G. I beat you to it a long time ago. But I agree. Will Parks is being slept on by a lot of people. Will Parks is the best coverage guy, and that includes McLeod. I'm going to put it out there. Straight up. None of these other guys, including Kayvon Wallace, are to that level of what this kid can do. Here's the problem. It's one aspect of playing the position. And you don't have to be the best at it to be the best overall player. That's my concern with Will Parks. I do think Will Parks likely. Now, who knows because there's no camp and crap, but Will Parks is likely right now probably the first guy coming off the bench and a guy that's going to play a lot of big nickel. Guys, I like Kayvon Wallace a lot. I think he's the future. I think he's going to play a lot of special teams, and you'll see him creep in on plays here and there. But I got to be honest with you. Unless crap happens out there at corner and you got to move Mills, I don't think his role is going to be as big as some people think. I'm just going to be honest and upfront about it. I think he's the future out there. But
you're talking about Kayvon.
Yeah. But I don't think he's going to be able to leapfrog some of these guys right away.
Yeah. Correct.
I think he's going to get plays. He's going to get in on action. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he's just going to be holding a clipboard for the entire game. But I don't think he's going to have the impact that some people think. Not that I don't want him to, because I do think that the potential is there. I'm not going to give my boy Jason Wall credit. because Jason Wall was the one who hit me up and was like, "Yo, Steve, can you do me a favor? Will you go take a look at this kid named Kevon Wallace and tell me what you think?" And it was because of Jason that I found this kid's film and I started looking. You know what I'm saying? Philly Fan D, I'm so sorry, man. I think we just missed your super chat, bro. I'm trying to find it, Philly Fan D. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, normally I would have saw it, but I can't see the comments when I'm doing it like this.
So Philly Fan D said, appreciate you guys. Philly Mike, good luck with the new home. Philly Fan D, man, we appreciate you, bro. We really do, man.
Definitely. Gotta deck it out the Eagle way, you know? Some Eagle greens, some good stuff.
So G said Rager was the fastest receiver in the Big 12. Yeah, I mean, he's a lot fast. Like, here's my thing, G. Let people think that this kid is a 4.47 40 guy. Let them think it. I hope that what the fans think of other fan bases carries down into the locker room of their organization and their teams. Because it's going to be a lot of fun watching them get burnt by them.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think this kid's a 4.47, okay. All right. I can't wait to see him on the field.
Yeah. That's true.
All right, team superior. Sorry, bro. I saw your earlier comment, but I was trying to filter everybody's, man. Give me y'all's top 10 quarterbacks right now.
All right. Right now.
Number 10, Ryan Leaf. I'm kidding. It's kind of hard, man, because we have a list together because we're building on a podcast episode for this, but 10 is a long way out. I'll get to where me and Mike would probably disagree. Mike's going to put Mahomes number 1. I'm going to put Wilson number 1. Am I wrong? Mike?
Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I would probably put Mahomes number 2. Number 3 for me. Oof.
I'll put Wilson number 2.
Number 3. Trying to think, man. Some of these races are really close. It's the problem. All right, if we're talking right now, you put them on the field, what can they do?
And that's my biggest thing. See, when people say about Carson Wentz, even the people who think Carson Wentz is not worth being in the top 10, their biggest reason is going to be because he's not available. That's not the question. We're talking about you put him on the field, but what are they going to do? And so we're saying that he's on the field, so his value increases to me.
I would say number 3, I know that he's been tailing off a little bit. I know that really, if you look at his numbers in the last couple of years, they haven't even been as good as Carson Wentz's. However, I'm just going to keep it real. We're talking skill set, experience, knowledge, what he can do. I'm going to go Aaron Rodgers.
And what do you have, 26-4 last year still?
Yeah.
That's not as many touchdowns, but only 4 picks.
Yeah. I think he's one of the handful of people, including Wentz, that can make a certain type of throw. He's in there.
Yeah.
Where would you be at with 3?
I could flip-flop either Rodgers or Wentz. I got Wentz up there. Like I said, my biggest drawback on Wentz, and I'm going to say this 100%, what we need to see from him in 2020 and going forward is he got to be the last player to throw a pass for us. We cannot have him missing time. It's, again, each time it happened. And then last year's was more of a just a freak thing. But at the end of the day, so for guys like Murph and Charles, or Be More Philly, they're going to love me saying at the end of the day, because people pick on me for that all the time. But at the beginning of the day, he got to stay healthy. But if we're taking health out of it, Carson Wentz is a top 5 guy. He's either going to be 3 or 4 for me.
So number 4 for me would be Wentz. I would go Wentz number 4. I'm just projecting off of what the kid can do. There's only so many quarterbacks that can do what he can do, and I just named them. Sorry. I mean, it's just the truth. I mean, I'm not saying there's not concerns with Wentz. There are. But I know what the kid's talent level is. And there's only so many quarterbacks that can match the talent level. I mean, Wentz is your 4th, I take it, Mike?
It's I could flip-flop 3 or 4 with Wentz and Rodgers. I'll do that. But I'm going to say 3 for Wentz in this one and 4 for Rodgers.
Okay.
Only because I know Rodgers can do that. I just think he's still talented. He's just on the down spurt of his talent.
5. We might disagree here. I know my boy Brunson, and Brunson is my boy. I've been a fan of Brunson for a long time. I know he's not hot on this player, but I'm telling you, I think he's this good. Deshaun Watson.
Hold up. I remember me and you argued a little bit because I like Deshaun Watson over Matthew Stafford, and I think Matthew Stafford is good. People underrate him because of how bad the Lions been. I know he had Megatron and stuff, and he has some targets over there, but I like Matthew Stafford. I won't put him in the top 10, but he's hovering around there for me as a player. But you told me you like Stafford better than Deshaun.
I do, but we're talking about right now, and if I'm looking at it right now, Mike.
Yeah.
I'll say this about Deshaun. I feel like Deshaun can do more with less because he can improvise more. Yeah. Matthew Stafford's a bit of a statue back there, but I don't think many people have the arm he has. I think only a handful of people have Stafford's arm.
Let me be the first one to say I would prefer Wentz over Watson when it comes to just on the field play. We're not talking health and stuff, but Watson is one of my guys still. Yeah, I put him there too. I'll take him at 5. And a guy like Drew Brees to me is still up there, even though his arm gets lesser and lesser throughout the year. He's still up there.
This is where me and Mike are to really disagree. Nah, I'm not feeling Drew Brees. It's not that. Look, he's very good with the decision making and the processing. He's very limited though with the arm strength and the arm talent, and that bothers me about Drew Brees. It bothers me about Drew Brees. Look, I'm not going to say you can't win Super Bowls with him because he's done it, but I think you really have to have an offense kind of tailored around him. You're not going to have a lot of D-Jacks out there with Drew Brees. Unless you're going to build in a lot of screens and stuff like that for him. You know what I mean? That'd be my problem with Drew Brees. Number 6, this is where it gets tricky, man. This is where it gets really tricky because you got Stafford, you got Brees, you got Brady. This is going to be controversial. I'm going to say Stafford. I'm putting Stafford at 6.
Yo, listen, I could really run off 10 quarterbacks that I like. If I ran them off right now without really purely thinking, when I go back, I might switch maybe 2 or 3 of the guys. I'll probably get 7 guys that I could really lock in and maybe mix and match the other 2 or 3 because it's hard because you're going to want to really evaluate a lot of things. And you got guys like you said, the Staffords. You got the guys, more up and coming like the Kyle Murray.
Yeah.
You can't really say much because it's just too much of a small sample size. You still got guys like Matt Ryan who slings the ball, Ben Roethlisberger who's older, sling the ball. But it's hard when you really want. I really want to think more on it than just that. But
yeah,
top 5.
So
go Mahomes, Wilson, Wentz, Rodgers, and 5th. I hate saying Lamar Jackson because he's a great football player. But I don't know how much of a quarterback is he going to continue. He took a big step from year 1 to year 2. We'll have to see, but he's still a dynamic football player.
What'd I say? I think I said Wilson, Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Wentz, Deshaun Watson, Matthew Stafford. Guys, this is going to be controversial. Give me a minute. I'll explain why I'm saying this. It's the phrasing of the question. All right. My 7th would be Matt Ryan. Give me a second. I'll explain it. I know some of y'all are going to be like, yo, Gate, you're tripping. How you going to put them above Brady and Brees? Because we're talking right now. They're better players right now than those two. Just straight facts. They're better players than those two right now.
Finish it out strong. Where's your 7, 8, 9, 10?
All right. So I did 7, right? Because I said 6 was Stafford. 7 was – I said Ryan. 7 would be Matt Ryan. 8 would be – oof. I think he's going to have a big statistical year, man. I'm going to go with Brady just because, bro, you put anyone with that offense in Tampa Bay and they're going to do well. He's going to look really good. So I'm going to go Brady at 8. My 9th quarterback, I'll go Brees at 9. He's limited. He's still skilled. He still knows what he's doing. He can still play. Lamar Jackson would be my 10th. And Lamar Jackson's a talented guy, but he's got to demonstrate more with his ability to actually throw the ball.
All right. Yeah.
My guy, here he
So
comes.
basically,
What's good, man?
Yo, that. What's going on, man?
what up?
Y'all good? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, bro. Yeah, we're going over top 10 quarterbacks. So I'll give you my list. All right, give you my list. I said Wilson, Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers. Then I said Wentz. Then I said Deshaun Watson, Matthew Stafford, Matt Ryan. I said Brady, Breeze, and then I said Lamar Jackson.
Jackson.
Mike's finishing his up now.
It's rough. Like I said, I got to think about certain guys, but where I leave off, I'm gonna go. I'll just go real quick. Mahomes, Wilson, Wentz, Rodgers. I'm gonna go with Deshaun Jackson. I'm gonna go Breeze at 6. I'll go 7. Lamar. I know he's not the great passer that we want him to be, but still is up. I love his upside. Then I'll go Brady, Ryan, and no, Brady, Stafford, Ryan.
Yeah. Guys, if some of y'all want to know why I would put a couple of reasons why I would put Russell Wilson over Patrick Mahomes. Number one, understand this. I'm biased. I'm going to say Charles Smith's favorite words. I'm an NC State fan. I'm biased. I'm biased when it comes to the whole debate between Patrick Mahomes and Russell Wilson. But here's my other thing. If the Chiefs had Russell Wilson the past 2 years, I feel they got 2 Super Bowl wins. I feel like he would have taken it this past year and the year prior if you gave him that Chiefs team.
Now I'm kind of looking at the chat. Wait, real quick, shout out to 2 times, Lauren James, Eric R, Stephen B, Team Superior, who was just up, Philly Fan D, for whoever you gave the super chat to, Zeke Fan. Shout out to some of the guys that I see in here who I couldn't really see that. I don't see the chat when I have it. That's the sideway view. So, appreciate you guys for being in here.
So none of y'all had Dak in the top 10?
Nah.
Who?
Nah.
Dak.
I don't, look, Reese. He probably would make my top 12, but not top 10.
He's solid.
No, I was just asking. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
I'm just asking.
No, yeah, because I feel as though. All right, let me get my top 10 real fast, man. You had Wentz at 4, right?
Yeah.
I can't put Aaron Rodgers above Wentz. I can't put Aaron Rodgers above Wentz right now, but I put him right behind him. My top 5 is Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, and that's kind of tossed up to me because the more and more that I break down tape, and the more and more that we know how you feel about Russell, Steve, but the more and more that I break down tape, and the more and more that I look at Russell Wilson, it's like a 1A, 1B with Patrick Mahomes because we know Patrick Mahomes has always had that speed. And I feel as though a lot of us, including me, are living just in the right now and what he has done. But we got to understand that Patrick Mahomes always had talent, always had speed, always had a great head coach. You know what I mean? So with all them things, man, he's going to prosper for them things. I'm not saying that when you look at talent, it's not there, but Russell right there with him. Like you cannot argue with me to say Russell is not right there with him. And he has not had nowhere near the talent that Patrick Mahomes had. And that's the same argument that I can make for Carson Wentz. But gun in my head, I would have to go Patrick Mahomes number 1. I go Russell Wilson number 2 for all the things that I said. I gotta go Carson number 3. I don't see Aaron Rodgers being better than Carson Wentz. Last year, 2017. I think he got hurt. That was the year that he tore his collarbone or whatever. But even in them years, I didn't see Aaron Rodgers being better and dragging his team like Carson did. Number 4 is Aaron Rodgers though, because he still has the arm talent. He still can, conduct a good offense, and we see what he does when he has a running game. Number 5, I go back and forth, but I'm gonna have to go with Deshaun Watson, man. I understand he had a number 1 wide receiver, but when you look at him having no line and him running, break down some tape on him, running for his life, damn near every game, man. His offensive line is horrible, and for him to do what he still does, I commend him for that. Number 6, I might shock y'all with this, man. I'm gonna go Matt Ryan. I gotta put Matt Ryan up there, man. I love what Matt Ryan does. I know Matt Ryan has a lot of talent, but he has been consistent for the last 6-7 years. You know what I mean? You look at his numbers, and I know it all ain't about numbers, but you look at his production. We all know he choked in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I get that. But when you look at his numbers, man, they're up there, and it's a reason why he got paid. Number 7, I'll go with Drew Brees. Even though I feel as though his arm talent is kind of leaving him, but I still will have to put him at number 7 because I can't put too many quarterbacks in front of him. Number 8, I'll go with Tom Brady. Tom Brady, we already know 6 Super Bowls, yada, yada, yada. But especially if we predict him for next year, all this talent that he got around, it's the most talent he ever had. We understand what he had on the defense because the defense held him down for so many years in New England. But I'm talking about offensive talent, wide receivers, tight ends, and running backs. This is the most talent he ever had. So we'll see what he does. Where I'm at, number 8.
Yeah.
Number
I think
8.
so.
See, it get goofy right here. I want to kind of put Matt Stafford in there, but then I look at it like, what have you done? I think you won 1 playoff game in 10 years or 12, however long he been here. So I probably would have to put Lamar Jackson at number 8. Lamar Jackson is a talent that we're going to see evolve. You know what I mean? And I do feel the same about Kyler Murray. I want to put him in the top 10, but I don't know. So number 9, I'm gonna have to go with Matt Ryan. Number 10, I'll go with Dak Prescott. I understand how we feel about Dak Prescott, him being a Dallas Cowboy, but when you look at consistency and availability, he has been there. You know what I mean? We understand he chokes and he does this, but so a lot of these other quarterbacks. So does Matt Ryan. So does so does Matthew Stafford. A lot of dudes choke. That's why they're in the lower tier of these guys. Because when we talk about from 1 to 5, it's a big drop off from 6 to 10. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I don't know about y'all, but in my opinion, I feel as though once you get past 5, it's like a toss up. You can just throw guys in there. You can even throw laughable, but you can throw Tannehill in there. Laughable, but you can throw a dude like Flacco in there. And I know that's laughable because he's a backup now, but I'm just saying it's so when you talk about the top tier and then the next guys afterwards, it's just so weird, man. You know what I mean? So I mean that's my top 10. It can switch. It can people can go up and down any day, and depending on how I'm feeling. And when I look at tape and when I look at a different quarterback and break stuff down, but right now that's my top 10 right now.
Murph DeKenzo coming in with a couple donations. He's coming after my boy Mike again. Mike is the midget and he smokes Reggie. And then he just had the hashtag Battlebirds podcast. Appreciate you, Murph.
Whoa, wait. Hey, Gate. With only $2 super chat, that's all I can smoke is Reggie. You heard, Murph? Now, when you know what I mean, you trying to get me up to the big boy stuff, I'm gonna need a little bit more than that.
Yeah. There's a couple of comments in here, guys. We'll get to. All right. You guys were asking about where we would place Dak. That's a tough question, man. Because here's the thing. You got Daniel Jones. You got Kyler Murray. You got Dak.
Let me say this. Depending on what we see Dak performed. I don't know. It's tough. Really, there's an argument where I see an argument you can make where you can argue Dak between 9 and 16. You know, I would each as it gets closer to 15 or 16, I'm okay with it. But I can see an argument where you can argue Dak Prescott between 9 and 15-ish, 16-ish.
Hold on, y'all. I understand how we feel about the Cowboys, but can you really name 15 quarterbacks better than Dak Prescott? Hey, Bergen, I hit you on Instagram, man. I was trying to get you on here, man. Hit me back. But can y'all really 15 quarterbacks better than Dak Prescott? Really?
Wait, let me say this. That's why I said there's an argument case. I can see an argument where you can put him between 9 and 15. Is what I'm trying to say. I would listen to an argument of why he's the 9th best or inside the top 10. I also can hear about 13 or 14 because again, football is the ultimate team sport. That's why you got guys like you got Hall of Famers who never won a Super Bowl and McNabb, and you got guys like Brad Johnson and Troy
McNabb not a Hall of Famer though. But go ahead.
Huh?
I said McNabb not a Hall of Famer, but go ahead.
Yeah, all right. Well, let me name another one. Jim Kelly. All right. You got guys who are really, really, really good when they played, and they didn't win a thing. And you got guys like Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer. These guys win because of the team, the coach, the defense, everything. So what I'm saying is, I say if I'm going to start a team, I don't know what running back I'm going to have behind me. I don't know what receivers I'm going to have on the side of them. I don't know what tight end to throw into. But if I'm starting a team, Dak is not going to be I'm not going to think about Dak right away because I think there's more arm talented.
No, I didn't say number. No, I didn't say right away, but I said tough. I don't see. Go ahead.
Can I give you some people? I'll give you some people. All right.
I didn't name Kirk Cousins. You probably gonna put him up there.
Yeah. No, number 10. Okay, I went through 10. Let me give you 11 through 15. I'll give you where it can get. Ben Roethlisberger, right?
You right. You know what? He had. You absolutely right. I don't know how I forgot about Ben. You know what? Dak not in my top 10. You absolutely right. You got to put Ben up here. No, for real. I really forgot about Ben because he was hurt last year. I really forgot about Ben. I ain't even going to lie to y'all, man. That's my apologies to the chat. That's my apologies to y'all too. I really forgot all about Big Ben. Big Ben definitely in my top 10. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, appreciate the super chat, my guy. He said, "Here you go. Here, get you a G of some fire." I'm like, yeah, now we talking. Now we do something about it.
Wait, what's going on?
Cause his last donation was he said that Mike's a midget. Hold up. He said that he gave me a $2 donation, and he said that Mike's a midget and he smokes Reggie. I'm like, yeah, with the $2 you gave me, that's all I can afford. So then he threw a $10 one up
there. So here's my complaint with Dak, and it's hard to place Dak, right? Dak, depending on how you want to structure the conversation, right? You guys remember, I told people to be careful with the Dak conversation because if you're only looking at the hard line numbers, he's got a lot of passing yards, he's thrown for a lot of touchdowns, all that stuff, right? I told you guys, percentage-wise, he's a very, very good deep ball thrower. And now you notice after I made those comments, hint, hint, Cowboys Nation, I know some of y'all watching this, all of a sudden y'all start coming out after I already gave you the numbers. Just saying. You can thank me later.
Hey Mike, let me ask you a question real fast, Mike. I kind of heard your top 10, but I missed a couple of people. Did you have Kyler Murray in there?
No, but I'm big.
No, I haven't even got to him yet either.
Because remember when me, you, Charles Smith, Gene Pio, and all them guys, you had Kyler Murray in your top 10.
Correct.
So what changed? What changed?
Nothing changed in the sense of what I know today. My thing on Kyler Murray, and I'm going to say, I'm a gambler. I'm a bettor, and I think his future is bright. I'm saying what I
Right.
seen last year, I'm going to take these other guys. Again, that's when we changed it up. Remember, you're the one who said, wait, are we talking about for the future or are we talking about right now? So then I took him out of it then when we talked about right now.
But wait, I don't know what we're talking about right now. Are we talking about the future or are we just talking about past right now? I don't know.
No, we're just talking about like what we saw last year. That's it. And a guy like Kyler Murray, what we saw, we could probably we can guess that he's going to be good, but I can't bet $1 million on it. It's a small sample size of what I saw from him. He added. I'm here to say that.
But you can say that about Lamar Jackson too, right?
Yeah, but he also was an MVP with his legs
But
and his arms.
but we know why he was an MVP. He did something quarterbacks never did before. When you do things people never did before, you're going to get an MVP. Why do you think Steph Curry was the unanimous MVP? Because he chucked up so many threes. You know what I mean? And let's keep it real. That doesn't make you a top 10 player just because you did that. Not saying Steph Curry isn't. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying it's all about the way you did it, what you did. It should be no reason why Steph Curry was the first when you still got dudes like Jordan and LeBron in the league who took the league by storm and never had a unanimous MVP. The reason that he got it is because he did something different. The reason that Lamar Jackson got it is because they did go 15-1, but he did something that we really rarely see. And let's not forget that the defense that he has and the scheme, the wishbone, the things like that the league wasn't prepared for. Best believe the league won't be prepared for this kind of offense this year.
Correct. I understand. But here's one thing that I can say about him and not Kyler. Kyler was a rookie last year. I don't know what he's going to do in his second year. I saw Lamar Jackson take a huge step, even in the passing game, from year 1 to 2. So a guy who took a huge step, got MVP for being different. Again, I'm not saying he's a great passer. He's not. But from year 1 to year 2, he definitely evolved. He had a couple 300-yard games. You know what I mean? He evolved. And so I can see his stock automatically on a rise where I believe Kyler Murray's going to be good, but not enough to be in my top 10. But there's no way you can keep an MVP player outside your top 10. I mean, you can argue the fact that when you're talking about just throwing the ball, he's not as good. And that's why I also said to Gate City that he's a great football player. It's hard to try to put him at quarterback, but push him as the best quarterback, but he's a great football player. He changed the game a lot. He changes the game.
Here's the problem I have with Jackson and why I put him down so low on my list. I feel like defenses are going to adjust quickly, and he's going to have to demonstrate he can throw the ball.
Charles Smith?
Which one? Yeah, it is.
Who that, Charles? Okay, put the logo up. Be more Philly. Oh, you didn't change your name, and come on, man. When I just talked to him on the phone about a half an hour ago. He told me about the logo and all that. He sent me the logo, but I didn't know you changed your name, man. Why you change your name? What's that about? Be more Philly? Okay. I thought that you would put some acronyms on best not reporting on the Eagles, like put some acronyms on that. But you went to Be More Philly. You my guy. So whatever. If you want it, I'm on it with you.
Real quick, yeah, I agree that the league's going to adjust to it, but especially how they ran the ball, like how they did it. But I still believe the jump he took from year 1 to 2 passing. I'm not saying he's going to come out with some Aaron Rodgers and all that good stuff like that, but I do believe he's going to. I'm more confident on him taking the next jump just for what I've seen than maybe Kyler Murray. But I like Kyler Murray when he was in Oklahoma. So
I ain't gonna lie to you. I think Kyler Murray will be a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Once the league gets a hold of Lamar Jackson and figures out how to stop him with running the football and making him use his arm talent, maybe put 9 in a box. I don't know, stuff like that. I don't know. Now we kind of seen what Tennessee did to him. You know what I mean? You go 15-1, first round, your first overall, and then you go against a Tennessee team that just totally shuts you down. Like that's why I can't put him in. That's why it's hard for me to put him in my top 10. I know I did, but it's hard for me to put him there because at the end of the day, This is not the first time that he went to the playoffs and got shut down. This is the second time in a row that he went to the playoffs and got shut down.
Well, let me say this though. He's not in my top 5. I think I put him at what, 7?
Okay.
Yeah, something like that, Mike.
And as you said, 6 through 10 could be arguable. So he's not in my top 5. The second tier quarterback. And again, let's say this: if you got, if you got playmakers on the outside, you want a passer. You want a true passer. If you got only tight ends and running backs, you want Lamar Jackson. You know what I mean? So it's offense based too. You can go with that.
All right.
Yeah.
So how y'all feel about Kirk Cousins?
You can win with him.
Man,
No, I mean ranking wise. You know what I mean?
down by 15.
Yeah. I can see people argue between like 13 and 17-ish. You can argue. It's arguable to put them anywhere between there. Like, what I'm going to do one time is I'm going to really sit down and rank my 32 starting quarterbacks, so I'm not on the spot. Because where you're like a guy like Stafford or Watson or Stafford or this, like it's hard to teeter.
Right.
You can easily, because you're thinking it, and there is good quarterbacks that are in bad situations. So one of these days I'm going to do that. So when I get asked the question, I'm going to be like, here my list. Man.
Yeah. Hey, you absolutely right, because first thing y'all asked me, so like, I'm gonna join as my top 10. I'm like, oh, you kind of hit me there. So I just winged it, but that top 10 that I gave y'all, especially forgetting about Big Ben, it can fluctuate. It can fluctuate on how I'm feeling, man. That's just that. It's not something that I sit here, I look at stats, I break down tape, and I'm actually pinpointing and giving y'all a list. Now my top 5, that's my list, because with the I ain't gonna bring out the podcast. They gonna have to wait to hear that. But we did talk about these things, about these quarterbacks. So I did when Steve sent me the question, I did my due diligence and give him my top 5. After the top 5 is, like, that's why I said it's kind of wishy-washy.
Yeah. So Sadon, what's up, man? It's been a long time since I saw you, bro.
Damn, where you been, bro?
Yeah. Here's my perspective, Sadon, how you stop them. It's simple. Baltimore's offense is an easy offense to figure out. They play something called the +1. Anytime you're in a running game, you want to be +1, right? The idea is to have more blockers than defenders. It's a +1 scheme. You don't allow them to get a +1 scheme on you, and you got to have good enough coverage. My question is, if you don't allow Baltimore to get a +1 running scheme on you, can Lamar Jackson throw in the highly contested windows? He's got to demonstrate that. Until he can demonstrate that to me, I can't raise him. Like, putting him in a top 10, it's not like saying he's a scrub. You got to keep that in mind, man.
He's in my top 10.
Hey, let me answer real fast, because he added me too. How do you stop him? First of all, you got to put points up. Lamar Jackson is not a quarterback that's going to be a comeback quarterback, because he needs to manage the clock. He needs to run the ball. He needs to make sure that the opposite offense doesn't be on the field. So you put points up. I know it's kind of hard. The defense was good last year. Who knows what the defense will be like this year? But you put points up on Lamar Jackson, and you make him have to throw the ball, because he's not the same quarterback when he can just shift around and he can run the ball, and he can just dink and dunk for real. You know what I mean? You make him have to catch you instead of you chasing him, and that's that's one of the reasons how you beat him. The second way how you beat him is a big nickel package. That's my personal opinion. I don't know how you feel about that, Gates, but a big nickel package, I feel as though can beat him. You 3 linebackers, if not 3 linebackers, 2 linebackers, and your best tackle and safety in the box, and you play one-on-one coverage, and you see and you put your safeties. If they're going to run a 3 tight end set like they do 13 man, you put three safeties out there. You know what I mean? You put your guys that can stick to tight ends, and you have a base big nickel package.
The way the Chargers beat him the way the Chargers beat them the first time is they had 6 DBs out there, 6, and they matched them with speed. And again, Lamar can try to run through some tackles, but he's not going to break them. I mean, a solid safety, a solid cornerback can tackle him if they get hands. His thing is he's not easy to wrap up because he's elusive. But you want the speed out there to stop Lamar. And the Chargers put 6 DBs out there, and it stopped them. And then once they got that cushion lead, they started playing some, just started playing different coverages, and then they caught back up. But it was over by then already.
Yeah.
Hey, Kara.
What's up, Kara? So here's the thing with Lamar Jackson. He's a tough guy to match up to because of his athleticism. Hence the reason I've ranked him so high. But if we're talking about as a passer, come on now. We got to be real about this. He's not a polished passer. And I've watched Lamar Jackson since I'm an ACC guy. I've watched him since he's been at Louisville. He's not an accomplished passer. He's pretty raw in his footwork. He's not that, you know what I'm saying? But he's a nightmare. He's a nightmare to match up with in the running game. He is. He's been like that since college, guys. Yeah.
And that's why I said I got to put him in there because he's an MVP, because he's a dynamic football player. We're talking about quarterbacks. He plays the quarterback position. He doesn't do what other quarterbacks do, but because we're rating quarterbacks and he's there, again, I'm never going to say that. Listen, if you're going to just say just from passing, he drops down the list a lot. But he's still a dynamic football player, and until the league gets to him, and I'm not saying they won't. I'm not saying they will this year or they won't, but we got to have to see. He said, "Oh, sorry, the girl is here."
Yeah. It's all right, Murph. I just timed him out.
Who said what?
Someone got a little too personal with Kara, so I just timed him out.
Like I said, I can't see the chat. I'll be checking it once in the blue moon. Shout out to all you guys. What's up, though?
So Jalen said, I want Lamar to be good, but I get the feeling they're going to treat him like they did with the Wildcat. But instead of linebackers in the box, you have one linebacker and one safety in the box. Yeah, I can see that point. But I think what Lamar has to do is if teams are gonna approach you in that style or that fashion.
Don't bring this up, Steve. Don't bring this up.
I got you, bro. Then I think what you have to do with him is you have to find a way of getting more play action in. And Lamar's got to be able to, he's done it. When teams start to get a little too cute down in the box trying to shut down the run, Lamar has done it just because there's a lot of wide open windows to throw into because everyone's so focused on not letting him break containment. But I think you have to go into more of a play action style if that's what you would do is if they start doing that. Because now you're bringing your linebacker, you're bringing the safety up. You know what I mean? Like you got to have guys that can win one-on-one battles at that point.
Definitely. So where's the chat going now? What's the latest talk after the top 10?
Hey, real fast. What did I miss though? Like what y'all get on like in the beginning and all that? Sorry for being late once again, man. Hey, listen, I was at work. You know what I mean? I had a couple houses I had to go inspect and all that. And then I got in the car. I'm driving home. And if y'all don't know, I talked to Charles about this. Charles tried to grind me up. If y'all don't know, I'm a huge battle rap a fan, like fanatic. Like I love battle rap. And they got a lot of Smack got a joint going on live right now. And I kind of got caught up in that. You know what I mean? And Charles called me, kind of broke me out the train. I just was coming in the house. I'm like, all right, man, listen, give me like 10 minutes and I'll be here. You know what I mean? But once again, I apologize, man. Being late, man. I'm on CP time.
Yeah.
But what I missed from the beginning.
Let me ask you guys a question because I see these popping in here. Would you put Cousins above Daniel Jones? That sounds everybody.
I can't hear you. Hold up.
Are you asking me? I thought you was asking the chat.
Yeah, I'm asking me. No, I'm asking you guys. The chat too. But would you guys put Cousins above Daniel Jones?
Say it again.
Trajectory what he did, like
Like if you're right now, 2020 season, do you believe more in Kirk Cousins or do you believe more in Daniel Jones?
So
that's a really close one.
So if I gotta draft a quarterback, and these the only two that I can draft. Now, let me ask you this: are we talking about Kirk Cousins right out of Michigan State? He came from, right?
No, you're talking about now Kirk Cousins.
No,
but
that's
anyway,
not fair.
you can structure it either way. But
yeah, that's not fair. I need all right, because Daniel Jones has not hit his prime. We already seen Kirk Cousins at his prime, and that's not fair. That's why I'm asking: is he coming out of Michigan State?
Charles, I ain't putting
Coming
that
from
comment
a
up.
fantasy player. Hey, Gate City, I'm gonna give you the fantasy thing. I'm taking Daniel Jones.
All right. So what did you say, Reese? You said Kirk Cousins?
No, I'm asking. Nobody answered me. I'm just asking.
So
I'm asking. Is Kirk Cousins? I'm asking. Is Kirk Cousins coming out of Michigan State? Or are we talking about Kirk Cousins right now? Because if we're talking about starting a franchise, because if we're talking about starting a franchise, first of all, Daniel Jones is younger. That's why I'm asking. Are we talking about 1 year? Or are we talking about starting a franchise? It's different varies. That's why you gotta, when you ask this kind of questions, especially with quarterbacks, you got to be specific, because it's people that I would take for 1 year and that I would not take to run my franchise. You know what I mean? It's different levels.
Yeah. So do it. All right. Why don't we go this way? Do it right now, and then you go back and give your clarification for coming out of college, second year, whatever. However you want to do it.
I'm taking Daniel Jones. Coming out of college, I'm taking Daniel Jones. Right now, I'm taking Daniel Jones. But I just wanted to know.
All right. I'll go with it right now. I'm just seeing everybody's like comments. I'm trying to pull them up as best I can, guys.
I got Danny Fumble. What's up, though?
Yeah, I ain't gonna call him. I can't call him Danny Dimes. I don't know where he got that name from, but I can't call him Danny Dimes. Daniel Jones. I take Daniel Jones though.
I call him Danny Fumbles, but I got him.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing: when you talk about fumbles, man, they always gonna bring it back to Carson. That's why I don't call him that.
Carson's bad, but he makes Carson look not so bad.
Yeah. So, all right. Here's my thing. Here's my thing about the conversation. The only other quarterback that you can legitimately say threw a touchdown pass in every game is Daniel Jones. The only game that he's misqualified on is his first game. That's the only reason why he's not involved in that stat. So the talent level to me is categorically different between Daniel Jones and Kirk Cousins. I would probably take Daniel Jones if I'm going to be real.
Yeah, yo, listen, all jokes aside, Jones got potential. He does. He got a little something to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he's only disqualified from that first game.
Can I make a bold prediction?
Go ahead, man.
Daniel Jones will have a better year than Dak Prescott. Daniel Jones will be the second best quarterback in the NFC East. Now, when they drafted him, we all yucked it up. We all was grinding him up about that pick. But it might turn to be good for them, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does the chat feel?
I don't know. Nate said I'm tripping. I don't know what I'm tripping. What I'm tripping about, Nate?
What is the chat thing? At a Jones or Cousins?
Most people say Daniel Jones, but there are a couple. I mean, the original momentum was Kirk Cousins, and then it kind of shifted towards Daniel Jones.
Yo, who was Dak over Wentz? He said he wanted to join Eagles Nation. First of all, you got to change your name. That's the number one thing.
Bruh.
Wait, what? What'd he say?
Oh, Troll Steve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he tried.
I never seen him before. My bad.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, Troll, For all you want, don't really matter to me. But
It was sucks
all right,
not being able
all right,
to see
Sadon. Sorry, bro. There's a lot of comments, Sadon, so it's hard to see the comment. Okay, you say Big Nickel, but you still have to defend what's in front of you. And Steve, I watched him too. He threw for 36 touchdowns. You think teams wasn't preparing for that and still won MVP? No, Sadon, I don't think they were preparing for that. I think they were preparing for his legs. That's the reason he was able to throw 36 touchdowns. Give me the examples of when he's throwing in contested windows. That's my point, man. He's not. It's not that he's not a dynamic playmaker. It's that if he has to drop back and be a traditional quarterback, like what happened to him in Pittsburgh, what happened to him in Kansas City, even to some extent, even in Cleveland, what happened to him in the playoffs with Tennessee. He ain't the same dude, man. He's not. You can't. He's nowhere near top 5, man. That's being disingenuous.
Yeah, Steve, I agree with you on that. Like, I like Lamar Jackson. I don't want to sit here and try to act like I'm bashing him, but
yeah,
I need to see him do that for consistent years until and probably not just 3-4 years. Probably if he does that next year, you got me. Because the league had a whole year to prepare for what's going on. Even
yeah,
if he does that to us, I'm silent. You know what I mean? But the league catches up to things. We even seen
yeah,
when Baltimore, if y'all know who Baltimore is, aka Chip Kelly, we seen his first year. The league did not adjust to what they was doing. You know what I mean? The speed, especially
yep,
the first 4 or 5 games. And then the league adjusted. The league ain't
yeah,
stupid. This is the NFL. These are the smartest minds in football. Some are probably not in there, but it's a combined whole. These are the smartest minds in football. You don't think that they're going to try to figure out that you can't throw the ball past 20 yards consistently in the keyhole? Come on, man. They're going to make sure that you throw the ball. Point blank, period.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Baltimore's entire system is based, like I said, it's based off a +1 running game. If they can catch you with play action, they're going to catch you. If they can get
That's
you
what they
creeping
do.
up and catch you with play action, they're going to catch you with it. That's the reason why they were able to completely rout New England.
Right.
But when teams jumped all over them, like Kansas City, then they struggled, right? When Kansas City started getting that offense rolling, they were in trouble because now you can't just sit back and run the ball because time becomes of the essence. So you got to be able to drive the field fast. I think that's where it is. And I think that's what the Eagles will have to do. Because look, at the end of the day, while Lamar Jackson's in his prime, he's going to get his through the running game. You can shut him down to an extent, but you're not going to completely limit him. The way I think you take Baltimore out of their element is to build a quick lead on them through fast strikes. So that way they can't just sit back and do that to you. They got to try to play up-tempo with you too. They got to try to get quick, you know what I mean? You got to do those things as well. I think that's how you beat them, personally. If you got a stout enough defense that can hold the line, and you got fast-flowing safeties and linebackers, I think it helps. But I'm going to be real with you. I don't know that there's any defender in the open field that's going to take down Lamar Jackson. I've watched him do it for too long, playing in the ACC and now the pros.
I mean, you got your selected few that can do it. I seen Kayvon Wallace do it. A guy that's on the Eagles now. I'm talking about when he was in Louisville. I'm talking about Lamar Jackson being in Louisville. But you're right. It's not too many guys. He's shifty. He's too big and he's shifty.
Yeah.
And we had this conversation on the phone, me and you. I feel as though he is a souped up Michael Vick. Like, we all remember what Michael Vick was. I'm not even talking about when he came to the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm talking about in Atlanta. You couldn't get that guy. You know what I mean? And Lamar Jackson, you see that they're close. But Lamar Jackson can be better because he's bigger and he's harder to tackle. He can shake tackle. Michael Vick couldn't He could shake a tackle, but he couldn't go head to head with you and win. You know what I mean? He's going to fold like a lawn chair. Lamar Jackson is too built, and being built like that with that speed,
Mm-hmm.
he's dangerous.
Yeah. The only thing I'll say in Mike's favor is I think Mike was a better natural passer. Although I do think Mike didn't read defense as well, especially early on. I mean,
Mike
he
had
admitted.
Mike, no
He
Mike
admitted.
Mike
He
had the
admitted he
stronger
was better.
arm.
Yeah, Mike had a
Mike
crazy.
had the stronger arm.
Yeah.
Mike arm. When we talk about arm,
Mm-hmm.
come on, man.
Appreciate it.
It ain't even a discussion. Top probably 5 in arm strength. When this dude flicked the ball, like I'm talking about, like just flicked it, it's going 50 yards. Like I don't know what the heck he did with his left hand, but man, it was something beautiful to watch, man. Mike Vick arm talent and his arm strength was off the Richter scale, man.
Jalen, I'm gonna get to that one in a minute, man. That's a deep conversation, sir. Nate said, just saw something on Instagram. We kind of covered this, but we'll do it again. That Clowney wants a 1 year, $8 to $9 million prove it deal. Should we go for it? I'm going to say no. I'll explain. Not because of the talent, because we need to defer cap space. Simply put, I don't think we got $8 or $9 million to spend on the pass rusher.
Yeah. I'm going to say, if you could guarantee me that there's going to be fans in the stadium, I'll do it. If not, we need every penny to roll over or money to go where it needs to go, because of the fact of the matter is we are already in a bad situation with the cap. And then if the cap goes down because of no fans and the NFL loses all this revenue, you're talking about the whole NFL really hurting. Plus the Eagles already been hurting. So if you could guarantee me fans, I'll take it. If not, I can't.
Yeah.
No. And it's crazy. Somebody just sent me a post like 2 hours ago. And I checked it and it was real fat. Clowney played 56% of the snaps from defense. He had 3 sacks, 13 tackles for loss. No. I'm sorry. 11 tackles for loss and 13 quarterback hits. Josh Sweat had 4 sacks, the same amount of tackles for loss, and 11 quarterback hits. So it's like, what am I paying you for? I understand you're disruptive, but I need an imprint on my defense, and I'm not getting that with you. And you check, and he's kind of like a Jason Peters to me. It's like he check in and he check out, and your mindset is not there. One game you want to go crazy, the next game you're not even there. I'm done with Clowney. I'm just done with him, man. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm done with him.
All right, guys. Speaking of early leads, what are y'all's thoughts on why the Eagles start so slow past 2 seasons?
Go ahead, Mike.
I honestly think the play calling is definitely different. I don't know. The play calling is different, and that's why I believe, like, we got to remember Doug Peterson called the plays in 17 too. I just think the plays that are drawn up throughout the week, the preparation throughout the week is a lot different, in the sense that what's the guy who did we just lose again? The Colts quarterback. I can't think of him right now. I mean,
Mike Grum?
The Colts coach.
Mike Grum?
No, the Colts.
No,
coach.
It's
the who?
Frank Reich.
Frank Reich. Yeah, my bad. Anyways.
Oh, you said just lose. We lost him 2 years ago.
Well, that's the question. 2 years our offense been slow. My bad. Anyways, I think the preparation throughout the week is not right. I think Doug Peterson was doing too much involving the plays and not. We didn't come prepared. So the sheets that he was calling was just, we were just too predictable to say the least. It didn't help when we started getting injuries because we've been injured the last 2 years as well. But it's a big difference because that's what our defense used to feed off of. Darby and Mills weren't that good even that year, but we always were. A defense plays different with a lead. Your front four can get out the quarterback because they're not going to run the ball. You can jump routes. You just know where the ball's going in certain plays. They got to go deep because they're down by 2 touchdowns. All this stuff. So our defense struggled because of that, and I believe it's just predictable play calling. And again, I think Doug, if you work the whole week right, Doug can call plays, but the plays that were being called were too predictable.
So,
all right. Oh, you gonna go? You gonna go?
Go ahead, Fresh. Mike, read your comment real quick though. Mike, read the comment.
Oh yeah, Mike. Who's your favorite baseball team? A missed super chat from earlier. I rock Phillies.
Me too. All right, sorry, Reese. Go ahead, man.
No, you good. You good. I just wasn't sure if he was done yet. Wait, what's going on, Mike? You good?
Fireworks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't understand. Everybody does fireworks stuff. But anyway, last year, Doug, in 2017, after Carson Wentz got hurt, after Nick Foles took to him, Doug created a new offense, basically, for Nick Foles. He wants to, because that won him a championship, he wanted to keep putting that and implementing that same offense for Carson Wentz. That's not what got you to 11-2 when your quarterback and Carson Wentz was at the helm. Now, last year, it was many times that I watched y'all videos, I watched, of course, my own videos, other people's videos, and we were screaming, get Carson Wentz out of the pocket. You got him in there like a dead fish. He's not a pocket quarterback, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not that he can't throw from he can't throw from the pocket, but he's better on the run. He's better on the move. He's better moving the pocket, especially when you got dudes like Lane Johnson out. When you got dudes like Derek Barnett out. Derek Brooks out. You know what I mean? Brandon Brooks. Excuse me. You got dudes like Brandon Brooks out. When you got dudes like the bodyguard out game after game, you got to move the pocket for the time. You know what I mean? You stick them in the pocket. Dudes ain't getting open because they ain't getting separation, and it's causing fumbles. You know what I mean? And now we got to crawl our way out. I don't know a game last year. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know one single game last year that we just started off from the rip and just was ahead. We had to crawl every single game. Carson Wentz had to crawl out of a hole. We was down 17-0. Game 1 to the Washington football team. Think about that. Y'all. To the Washington football team, that sorry team, man. You know what I mean? And that's why I give Carson a lot of credit. And Doug, I give Doug credit. I don't know why it takes him so long, because I call him December Doug. In December, for some reason, he turns it on. But he has to do better. You have to do better in the beginning of the season with your play calling and putting your best players out there. Miles Sanders wasn't getting a lot of burn. Howard wasn't getting a lot of touches neither. You know what I mean? So it's like you have to run the ball. You got to make sure that the defense is honest. You got to make sure that Carson Wentz is put in a predicament to where as though he can succeed. That means out the pocket. That means scrambles. That means moving the pocket. That means options, stuff like that. And hopefully he gets it right this year, man.
Yeah. All right. Before I answer, I'm gonna go ahead and read Be More Philly. Charles, I'm gonna read your comment. So Charles says, number one, we appreciate your super chat, buddy. You know that. All right. Sproles out of the backfield, which caused a bunch of 3 and outs, and not properly utilizing Jordan Howard. Also, Alshon's suspect hands. Yeah, all that plays a role in it.
And penalties too. Don't forget about
Penalties,
that.
yeah, all that stuff plays a role, guys. But I'm gonna also say some other things. The nature of the in and out of the lineup because of injuries, things like that, right? Even you go back to 2018, you got Nick Foles starting, you got Alshon out. You know what I mean? Like it's been a while since we went in knowing what we had from week one. I think that plays a role in some of this stuff, guys. I think that Charles is alluding to, which is sometimes like not necessarily putting your players in the best possible scenarios to be successful plays a role. I think all of us known that the Eagles should have been more consistent on first down, letting Jordan Howard plug away for 3 or 4 yards, setting up shorter second and third downs. No doubt about it. Also, I'll say this. I think that the nature of having Carson come in, Carson come out, Nick come in, Nick come out, I think that does take a toll over time, right? Because it does seem like it took Doug and Carson a pretty good amount of time to get on the same page with play calling. And I think that affected us, especially early on in games. I think that it would be smart, in my opinion, to establish the running game and get Carson into a rhythm and then let Carson be Carson. Then let him improvise and do what Carson does. But you got to get him in a rhythm. You got to get him feeling it. And then you let Carson Wentz be Carson Wentz. I don't think that was always there. Sometimes I think it was due to not putting the guys in the right position. Sometimes I think it was due to injuries. Sometimes I think it was due to suspect game plans. Because let's be real. Your first 15 plays are scripted. It's part of your game plan. It was suspect game plan, to be real.
Hey, real fast. I'm gonna let you keep going real fast. I want to ask you this because Doug said in 2017 that everybody on the offensive staff side of Deuce Staley, Mike Groh, Frank Don DiFilippo, Deuce, like that. Everybody brought 4 or 5 plays every week to the forefront, and that's how they kind of weaved out and put in and implemented they 15 first 15 scripted plays. With the departure of them leaving, meaning Frank Wright and DiFilippo, that really showed because Doug said it himself in 2017. Doug said it himself. So I feel as though with the 15 scripted plays, they've been trash. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. Y'all know how I feel about the Eagles, but them 15 scripted plays have been garbage. You know what I mean? So it's like you need more creative minds, and I do feel as though we have that. I feel as though we have better creative minds that can bring better plays to the forefront. Because Doug can't do it all. We all look at Doug. Doug, you're supposed to be the offensive, but he's the head coach. So it's like he has more of a job than just making plays. He got to make sure the defense is right. He got to make special teams is right. He got to make sure all this is right. So he's counting on his understudy to make sure that things are right too. And Mike Grove just wasn't up for the challenge. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I just want to finish. I think it really comes down to. I think it really comes down to the predictability that was our playbook, not actual Doug calling the plays. I think at the end of the season, when Doug started leaning on Wentz more and rolling the pocket and doing stuff, we started starting out a little bit faster. There was all of the last 2 years, though, we did start out a lot of real slow, and it's just because of who we had to help Doug. I think this year is going to be different. Like I said, the first 15, 10 scripted plays are important because how you get your offense going. Football is about momentum, man. When you stuck in the beginning, it's hard to get out to dig yourself out of that. It's all about the momentum. So, but I do see our offense starting faster because, again, where a guy like Marty Morningway, I don't like him play calling. I like him as a play designer and as a guy that Doug can lean on.
We got a super chat, Mike.
Murph DeKenzo, appreciate the super chat, but it's a question for Philly Fresh. He said, who's your favorite battle rapper all time?
All time? That's a good question. My favorite battle rapper right now, I'll give you that, is Rum Nitty. Cooks everything. Punchline dude, Gunline King, whatever you want to call him. Rum Nitty is that boy right now. If you seen him versus Cortez, you know what I'm talking about. But all time, I don't know, man. I might either have to go with Hitman, or I'm just gonna go with Rum Nitty right now, man. I'm in the zone. I'm messing with Rum Nitty, man. Rum Nitty and Geechee Gotti, they the new wave. So I can't give you all. I can't. Matter of fact, Cree Force. I know he not on no big stage. He's a Philly battler that never lost. Cree Force. That's my all time best battle rapper. But if we talking about like smack and all that, I gotta go with Rum Nitty.
No Arsenal?
Nah.
You don't like him?
Arsenal been booty juice lately, man. Like I don't even know what the heck he did. Seriously, like seriously, man. And I like Arsenal when he battled Tech Nine, R.I.P. Tech Nine. When he battled Tech Nine, I really liked that battle. I was on my way to that battle and I missed it, but that's neither here nor there. Because I was really like indulged in that community, but yeah, Arsenal lost it, man. I don't know. Sometimes I'll be listening to this, I'll be like, "What the hell are you even talking about?" You know what I mean? And once I get there, I don't even want to hear you no more.
Yeah. All right. So be more, Charles. Dude, your name has messed me up, bro. Charles. So I watched every game from last year, and our special teams was bad. Not just because of the returner, but our coverage and blocking was horrible. Someone else was making that point too, Charles. Yeah, I concur. Our special teams play was bad. I'm trying to work on the video. I might actually consult my two guys here and have them help me pitch in on this. Maybe do some guest feature spots when I break down some of this, because let me be real with you. Breaking down the special teams play, it's hard. You need multiple eyes.
It's a lot of action, yeah.
You need multiple eyes. It's not easy to do that. I want to tackle that, guys, but it's not a 5 minute. It's not even a 1 day thing. Like I can't even sit down for a day. Like it'd take me like 3 or 4 days to be real.
And Steve, I ain't gonna lie to you, it's damn near impossible because you're not going to get that much camera view. You're not going to get that much camera coverage. To whereas though, who's blocking this guy? What happened? You know what I mean? You might get it on a replay, but you know,
when you watching it, give you decent views, right?
Yeah, but that on special teams.
Yeah.
They don't get that. They don't really break down special teams like that, unless it's a touchdown. If it's a touchdown, all 22 will break it down. You know what I mean? But we're talking about just getting up to the 40-yard line on our 40-yard line. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. It's kind of hard to kind of break that down because it's so the camera views is not going to be there, and you're not going to get a replay of what happened on the other side or what happened in the middle of the field to break this guy loose. So it's really kind of hard to break down special teams.
Hey, Murph, I was just kidding with the Arsenal thing, man. I wasn't being serious. I was just messing with Fred.
Oh wait, what did he say? I missed it.
I can't.
He was saying Arsenal's a gimmick.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I was just messing around, man. I wasn't being serious.
Arsenal done, man.
The only reason I really got into battle rappers myself is I tend to like lyricists, and the best lyricists tend to be battle rappers, to be honest.
Right. Pat Stay, no, man. Who said no? Pat Stay, man, that dude is just a show. He come on there with suits and that dude's just a show, man. But I want to ask you this. Hey, Steve. I don't even know how to say the name. Walanlin Sibley. He said Pat Stay. Walanlin Sibley. If I'm
what
saying it
time?
wrong, I apologize. I'm not good
Waylon?
at I'm not good at saying names.
I think it's Waylon. What time?
I don't know. About 5 comments ago. I don't know how to do this, man.
What was his comment?
It's the reason why I never went live by myself. Okay.
What's his comment?
No, he just said Pat Stay. He was just talking about
Oh no, he named
was talking about
people.
battle rapper.
Yeah, no, he named a few people. He named a couple people.
Yeah, Hollow the Don just got cooked. Barbecue chicken. You hear me?
Cooked.
Yeah, he got cooked. I want to ask you this though, Steve, real fast, because we talked about this on the phone. Huh? No, I was about to ask Steve something real fast. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can y'all see me?
I can hear you.
Shout out my youngin, man. If he in the chat, shout out you. Shout out Bashir. Hey, listen. No, I wanted to ask you because I had some real thought about this. You know, we was on the phone for about an hour a couple days ago, right? We was talking about different things. We was talking about the Sean Jackson thing. I don't know if y'all got into that, but I said my piece about that, man. And anyway, you said that something that's going to scare me. I ain't going to lie. You can see Deshaun Watson coming over to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I want you to break down how you think that's going to happen, because I ain't going to lie to you. I'm scared of that. Because when you talk about upgrade, ain't no bigger upgrade for Dallas Cowboys than that to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it would be predicated on Deshaun Watson really not feeling a certain way about the Texans organization. That would have to be, front and center to the entire debate here. Are they going to pay Deshaun Watson that kind of contract? And it's possible that the reason that they have started moving on from other contracts is indeed to prepare themselves to pay Deshaun Watson. So this may never, I'm not saying that the possibility of this happening is ever going to happen. What I'm saying is put Deshaun Watson in Dallas's offense with that offensive line and their capabilities at times to build a fairly decent defense. And that becomes a very good football team really quickly. A ridiculously good football team. Deshaun Watson is one of the smartest processors I've watched. He's smart. This kid is smart. He knows the game.
Yeah, I love how
you gotta remember he did go to two championships and won one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Against an NFL style type defense. Probably the best. I mean, it's debatable, but it's debatable. So we're gonna say probably the best defensive head coach in college ever, in Nick Saban. You know what I mean? And to do what he did, I think he threw like 400 yards the game that they lost, and like 375 the game that they won back-to-back years.
Yeah,
he's a special talent, and I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I would not be feeling. I'm not saying that we can't win the division, but it's going to be more of a fight to have Deshaun Watson at the helm with that talent, with Ezekiel Elliott, with that offensive line. If Deshaun Watson had an offensive line, man, he probably would be in the AFC Championship. Not saying he would go to the Super Bowl, but he probably would have been in the AFC Championship by now.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any more guaranteed money on guys like J.J. Watt's contract. The Texans only have like an estimated $20 million in cap space. So working out a deal right now with Deshaun Watson, they got to make it through 2 more seasons so they really have the cap space to put Deshaun Watson on a major deal. And I mean, look, I don't know the possibility of that happening. I'm not going to say that that's a real possibility, but it's a hell of a scary one. I mean, I'll be real.
Hey, shout out to the
Drew.
chat real quick. Like I said,
go ahead.
I was saying, shout out to the chat real quick. I can't really see it, but someone was in my chat. They blocked, like, I think his name was Hannibal the G. He didn't even say nothing bad about the Eagles. So just make sure we're not blocking people or timing them out for no reason. If it's disrespectful, do what you got to do, moderators. But you know what I'm saying, let's keep it. Let everybody talk their talk. And real quick, be more careful. Shout out to you. He said, why is Charles be more Philly? So Charles, if you want to let him know, I don't know if you guys talked about it, but I saw it in the comment when I turned my phone upside down. He said, why is Charles be more Philly? So
yeah, I asked him that too. He ain't answered me. He just told me this is time for a change.
Man. Hey, Sadon, sorry, bro. Put your comment down. All right. Howard should be getting way more carries. But like I said, we took Miles so high, we had to give him the ball. Coaches in front office is very stubborn. Each time, we ball heavy, we won. Yeah, we ran the ball heavy, we won. It's tough, Sadon, because the Eagles were once, underneath Doug Peterson, a very run-heavy football team. We were. It's been a recent development that we moved away from. I agree. We need to move a little back towards it. Look, we don't need to go to a 60% run to 40% pass. I'm not saying any crap like that. But we definitely need to move it back to at least a 60-40 pass to run ratio. I think we need to be a little more honest and cause teams to have to be a little more concerned about what we're going to play call on first and second down. I feel like a lot of teams the past couple of years have had a pretty good indication that we're going to throw the ball.
Hey, Sadon, man, I like your talent that you used to put out. Hopefully you get back to that. I agree on a lot of things with you. I respect your opinion, but I totally disagree with what you said, because the fact is Jordan Howard was getting much more load than Miles Sanders in the beginning of the season. Miles Sanders did not get the load until Jordan Howard got hurt after the Green Bay game. You know what I mean? Miles Sanders started pulling the team and doing more things once Jordan Howard got hurt. Now, once they seen that Miles Sanders could carry the load, they was baby feet and Jordan Howard. So if you're talking about that, I got you. But in the beginning of the season, Jordan Howard was seeing that field I ain't gonna say way more, but a lot more than Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders was kind of being used as like a third down back kind of sort of. You know what I mean? Especially after Darren Sproles got hurt again.
You know what the crazy thing is though? Hold on. Yeah, definitely.
Cha-ching.
You know, the crazy.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
The crazy thing is, how did we feel when week 1 came and Doug Peterson was using Sproles so much in the running game over Howard? That week 1 was I was like, I love me some Sproles, don't get me wrong, but he's running on first and second down. I'm like, yo, we just got Jordan Howard, we just drafted Miles Sanders. I understand putting a guy like Sproles in the slot once in a while or wheel routing him, letting him run a couple, but they were really using him in the first week. I'm like, what is going on?
You know what I said?
What?
I said that they're trying to, because he was chasing, like, I forgot who was chasing for all-purpose yards. They were trying to get him to pass somebody, I think eighth. I can't remember exactly who it was, but they was trying to get Darren Sproles to pass somebody for all-purpose yards. That's what it seemed like to me, instead of putting your best talent out there. And I feel as though sometimes the Eagles doesn't do that. Put your best talent out there. Because somebody commented earlier, why did it take so long for Greg Ward to get on to get on the field? And I totally agree with you, because we were saying this a long time. You had AAA outshine alligator arms out there just yucking it up. You had you had outshine that was hurt. You said what?
You had the guy that wanted to play, that said, I don't want to play wide receiver. I want to play
Oh
special
my
teams.
God. Yo, after he made that comment, I don't understand why the hell they didn't don't play no more. This dude said I'd rather this dude, hold on, let me count. This dude said I'd rather no, seriously, because like a professional football player cannot make a statement like that. This dude said I'd rather play special teams than play wide receiver. And y'all put him at wide receiver.
Yeah.
He,
Hey, real
he
quick,
should have been
appreciate the
gone.
super chat, my guy. Appreciate the super chat. Be more Philly, aka the old Charles Smith. He said the name is my representation of the Eagles for well over 30 years. I respect the team as if I lived in Philly, but I live in Baltimore. Plus, the best not reporting on the Eagles is too long of a title for my platform.
That's
True
why I
that.
said
And shout out.
that's why oh go ahead, Mike, my bad.
I was just gonna say, I can't put the picture up now, but Be More Careful is going to have merch coming out. He's gonna be doing like hoodies, shirts, hats, stuff like that. He showed me a couple logos he's going with. Either one he actually officially picks. I think I know which one he's actually going to pick. They're fire logos. They make some fire merch. So when I do a video, my next video, when I'm actually content in my crib, I'm gonna have all his little layouts on there. But shout out to Be More Philly, aka Charles Smith. Anybody knows Be More Philly's Charles Smith when they see these big big super chat, they're like, ain't that Charles Smith?
All right, guys.
Hey, listen, we gonna end up be buying his merch with his own super chats. You hear me?
Yeah. Hey, Vance, sorry that we took so long to get to your question. We appreciate you being patient, buddy. So we covered this a couple times, but we'll do it again because this is hot news right now. My perspective on it was because it's 8 or 9 million right now, I'd probably still say no. The reason being is it's nothing to do with the talent because the kid's talented. We got to roll money over because we don't even know if there's going to be fans in the stands this year. That's a significant source of income gone. So without knowing that and knowing how that would affect the cap implications, we really need to take as much money as possible and roll it over. I think I would be a lot higher on this move if we didn't lose Brandon Brooks, right? If we didn't have the other uncertainty along the offensive line. If we still weren't trying to figure out, do we have enough at the running back position? Can we just go in? I still think we need to save a little money for training camp to see how some of this stuff plays out. So that way, if we have a glaring weakness, we can go address it before we roll into the season. I like the player.
Real fast.
I don't like the cost.
I thought
Go ahead. No, I was finishing up first. Go ahead. You're good.
No, I'm just adjusting this chat. Hey, Dak over Wentz. Let me tell you something. You said that you didn't mean no harm. Whatever you said, obviously the chat didn't like it and they didn't respect it. The chat runs this. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like we talk, but the chat runs what's going on. So if you come, you better come correct, or they're gonna time you out. Or they're gonna get you out of here. Because we done ran. Well, they done ran dudes out of here. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to tell you, when you come to this chat, you better make sure that you come correct. Because if you don't, they're gonna bounce your ass out of here. I'm saying I'm just giving him game.
Yeah.
I'm giving him game.
Yeah. So what Fresh is trying to say, guys, there are so many comments and stuff that come across the screen when we do these lives. We have to entrust people like Charles Smith, Kara, Philly Fan D, all of these people that have been rocking with us for a long time that have the wrenches to monitor it for us because we can't do it. We can't do it while trying to talk with each other, kind of keep the conversation going in the chat with you. Like it's too much for us to do all that. So we have to entrust them. It's really their chat. I mean, to be real, it's really their chat. I mean, that's why we give them the wrenches. So that way
Hey, my man, you don't want the smoke from me. Let me tell you that right now. First of all, you're talking to me because you're in my chat.
Wait, what did you say?
You in my chat, so you're talking to me. I don't know who you is because obviously just somebody trolling. You don't got no picture. You don't got your real name up here. So let me tell you something, man. You don't want no smoke with me, bro. So just sit there, like, subscribe, and twiddle your fingers and comment. But don't come at the boy, man. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Hey,
What happened?
Yeah, see, like I said, I'm all listen. When it comes down to tying people out, if it's for the right reasons, yeah. And the only reason I spoke on it is because the guy named Hannibal the G, he's a Philly Talk Nation member. So like, he's not only a good supporter, he's like a channel member. So there's no way he would say something bad about the Eagles. So I'm not talking about for anybody else who got timed out. I'm just talking about for Hannibal the G. So he might not even be watching right now. But he's a channel member, so there's no way he would say anything bad about the Eagles. And again, I'm in my crib. We are good. Philly Fresh. I'm gonna be having that channel member thing again, where we do the live stream with all the people who are Philly Talk Nation members, and we gonna rock it out. We're gonna have at least 8 people on the screen.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm there, man. You already know. But
Hey, Mike.
Hey, listen. Y'all know me. Y'all
don't look at the
y'all
chat
know
no more, right?
y'all know me, man. I'm really about to get his ball all the smoke he wants. I'm trying to chill. I've been a changed man. Y'all know this. We talked about this. What the heck you got that fork for, Gates? What the heck you about to do with that fork?
Oh, I was going to explain it. So, for y'all to know, Mike was trying to hit me up earlier. We were trying to talk about the live, and I went blueberry picking with my niece and my wife. And I taught my niece how to make an actual pie crust. So I made a blueberry pie. We just they got done making hand making the whipped cream and stuff. So I'm eating the blueberry pie. Pretty damn good.
Oh,
Billy Fan D, bro.
Hey,
Appreciate the super chat.
Hey,
Said hilarious.
let me ask you something. You think that blueberry pie is sweeter than Dak over once?
He like, yeah. Hey, shout out real quick. Shout out to Gate City's niece. She said she made me a Sixers mug, right?
Yeah.
So shout out to your niece. Appreciate it.
She got something for Fresh too.
Wait, what happened?
My niece, she been making she takes like coffee mugs and she like does designs on them. So she did a Sixers logo for Mike. She did an Eagles logo, I think, for you and me.
Oh man, shout out! Damn, Mom just hearing about this now. Shout out! Hey, shout out to your niece, man. I appreciate that. And shout out to my daughter too. Shout out to my daughter. She got me this for Father's Day. Y'all see it right here.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagle sign, man. I love it. I just put it up today, man. Shout out to my daughter. Even though it's crazy. This is the daughter I've been telling y'all about. What that I'm going like this? This is the daughter that I've been telling y'all about, man. If y'all know what I'm talking about, y'all know what I'm talking about. Yes, she is the Dallas Cowboys fan.
Murph DeKenzo, appreciate the super chat, bro. Murph DeKenzo said, Freshman watching rap battles all day. He want all the smoke.
Hey, listen, I don't need nothing to pipe me up, man. Listen, I'm ready for it, man. All boy keeps saying is I want the smoke. I want the smoke. Come on, man. Come on, man. Give me some, give me some content. Give me something that I can go off of. Give me something I can burn your head with. You know what I mean? So I ain't really worried about boy. He can come in this chat. It's so funny to me. Like, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like, I go to different YouTube content creators from other people in our division, and I'll probably be in a live for like 10 minutes just to see if it's Eagles fans in there, like how these dudes be. And it's not. You know what I mean? I'll watch it. I'll comment. I'll say something like y'all tripping. Stuff like that. I'm in and out like a robbery. You know what I mean? But these dudes, they stay in here for hours. For hours. I don't get it. Either you want to be an Eagles fan and or you just want to be a Better Birds podcast fan, and I'm cool with that. But don't come on here trying to act like we saying something wrong, or trying to act like you trying to come at us and all that corny stuff, man. I mean, if you from another team or you with another team, what the hell? I'm like, damn, I got headphones, and what the hell was that?
Bird Gang 336, bro. We appreciate you, man. He said, first off, love the area code, bro. Greensboro myself. Thank y'all for keeping me entertained at work. Y'all boys real. We appreciate you, Bird Gang 336. You have to link me up one time, bro. I'm out here off of Pisgah Church in Greensboro, bro.
Hey, Bird Gang 336 is the first time. Shout out to your super chat. This is the first time I seen him on there. I don't know if y'all know him or whatever the case may be, but hey man, if you new here, man, welcome to the Battle Birds podcast family, man. You know what I mean? We welcome all, even y'all haters, man. Like that verse one.
But yo, shout out to some of the Cowboys fans like Jared Reed be on point with it. The book of I forgot the rest of it be on point with it. Harlem Cowboy be okay with it sometimes, you know what I mean? So these guys, Cowboys X Factor, these are guys who will talk football with you, say that the Cowboys are better, but just keep it at that. And that's all they really come with. It's just the back and forth football talk, and it's all love because what makes the NFC East so special is the fact that we really hate each other and it's that tension. But you know, it's all love when it's after outside of sport.
Hey, who gonna get at that first?
Mike, will Patrick Mahomes be the next Tom Brady? Go ahead, you can.
You talking to me, right? It's hard to say that.
Go ahead.
It's hard to say that because nobody has done that in the history. I mean, the closest is probably Pittsburgh. What was that? The 70s to the 80s, right, Steve? Still Curtin and all that kind of stuff. What they won like 4? They won like 4, right?
Yeah, the Bradshaw era. Yeah, I think it was 4. Yeah.
Yeah. So nobody has won 6 championships in 20 years, like how Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I can't name Tom when we talk about Super Bowl. I can't name Tom Brady without naming Bill Belichick because he had a major influence. To me, it was more of an influence than Tom Brady had, especially in the last Super Bowl and their first Super Bowl. If you look at it, you know what I mean. So, no, I like Patrick Mahomes a lot, but this league is too talented, and they are in a tougher division than the Patriots has been in the last 20 years. Do you know that in 20 years, I think they won a division 18 times, Steve? I think it was in 2 years that the Jets won a division and they went to the AFC Championship. If you remember that with Buck Fumble, the guy that we got. Oh my God. I can't. What's his name? I can't remember his name. I know
Mark
him
Sanchez.
as Buck Fumble. Mark Sanchez, the guy who we picked up was a lefty stock. But anyway, they won a division the last like 18, 17 years. That's not going to happen in the what are they in the AFC West, right? That's not going to happen in the AFC West. That if you look at the teams around them, it's not like how the teams was around in the AFC East. So nah, I don't see it, man. I see Patrick Mahomes getting probably 1 or 2 more, just like how I think Carson Wentz will get 1 or 2 more. I think them 2 guys are going to be battling for Super Bowls in the next decade.
Yeah. It's a good point, man. It really is. I'm going to say no as well, just because the precedent of doing that. Drew, I see your comment, man. Just give me a minute. I'll get to your comment, buddy. It's unprecedented to do that. I don't know that Andy Reid has that many years left in him, and I think he's a vital part of that success. Can they keep the team together? This is the other thing. Think about how much money he just got paid, Patrick Mahomes. Can you keep a competitive roster around him now? An offensive line, skill position players. Like, it's going to be difficult, in my opinion, to do that. I would say that probably not. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't mean that Patrick Mahomes won't be the better player overall. I don't think Super Bowls are determining factors to whether a player is better or not. I don't see that being repeated anytime soon. I think the conditions were so perfect for New England to do what they did over the past 20 years. Person. Mike, I can't see. I can only see that one. We're going to go to Drew's question. Well, hang on. There he is. Hey, what do you think about the question here about Pat Mahomes and Tom Brady? Well, all right, we got you, bro. Go ahead. We got you. All right, we'll come back to it. I'm going to hit Drew's.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, man. Question. You guys' thoughts on bum Denzel Mims? I won't curse too much because I already did it at the beginning. I said what I said.
But you cussed at the beginning of it. Hold on. You cussed at the beginning of the live chat? What happened? Wait. I asked y'all what happened. What happened?
We started off with the whole Deshaun Jackson situation. And
damn, I missed that. All right,
you know that lady.
Enough said.
Hey, did you see the comments on Twitter where the Vikings that chick? She's a sports reporter for the Vikings. She's like a sports columnist, and she said that we were all we should be ashamed to be Eagle fans. So I started off with that, and of course, that got my blood boiling.
No, I ain't see that.
Yeah, I saw it because
I didn't see that.
I think Brunson got tagged into it, or he commented something happened, and because he got in it, it pulled me in it. I was like, oh, here we go.
Okay.
I didn't comment on her post because I'm not even going to breathe life into her post on Twitter. Twitter's not a place where rational people talk. Just be real. But yeah, that got me heated at the beginning.
Hey, Murph said you dragged the casual F-bomb.
I did.
Hey, Drew, my bad. Get back to that man chat. I mean that man comment.
So, Drew, I said what I said about him. I didn't appreciate what he said because that wasn't about our front office and our organization. He attacked the city. And what he doesn't even understand about the heartbeat of Philadelphia, as I said in my video, I'm not from proper Philadelphia. I'm from the larger geographic area. Okay? A metropolitan area, basically. Because Philly's culture and its heartbeat extends out into other parts of eastern Pennsylvania, into south and southeast New Jersey, up to central New Jersey, northeast Delaware. Like, it bothered me what was said because he doesn't know everybody's story. He judged us off of one interaction he had. Okay? Here's my question to this young man. Why is it being put on the city? And why aren't you asking yourself about why your teammates and your head coach put you in a situation you clearly weren't comfortable with? That's my problem. Go ahead, Mike.
Let me interrupt for a second. I got to go. I might be able to handle this in 10 minutes and come back if you guys are still on. If not, I might be out for the rest of the night. We did this for still at least 2.5 hours. So for anybody who comes on my page and they don't see me, just let them know I was here for the first 2 hours and a half. I might get back on at 15. I might not.
Nah, I ain't doing that. Because you always grind me up about being late. I'm going to grind you up about leaving early. No, I got you, Mike.
It's not early. I wish I could just cancel it on my page and they all just go to Gate Cities. No, I'm just kidding. Or yours. Because I don't know.
No, we ain't live on my joint today.
I forgot because Gate only has the 2-piecer and I didn't get the host.
No, it's cool. Hey, Mike, come on, man.
Right. With that being said, let me give this for Be More Philly, Murph the Kenzo, and a couple other people who pick on me. At the end of the day, we out.
All right, hey, Be More Philly. Hey, Charles, we appreciate your donation, bro. My new logo.
Always. Wait, he talking about that one right there, or did I miss something? Because he's been had that up, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. What's your thoughts, though, Reese? What are your thoughts on Denzel Mims and what he said?
I mean, I gave my thoughts about 2 videos ago, I want to say, but to put it all in a nutshell, he's a nut because at the end of the day, you went on Ike Reese show, WIP. Shout out to Ike Reese, and it's a reason why I'm shouting out Ike Reese, man. But I'll get into that another time. Shout out to Ike Reese. He went on the Ike Reese show, and he basically was saying, man, Howie Roseman and all these and Jeffrey Lurie, I talked to these guys, and they're saying that they want to draft me. I love the city of Philadelphia. I love the fans of Philadelphia, how commit they are to to the team, and they will get on you, right? Then you
Yeah.
turn around with this hogwash. Then you turn around with this backwash. Then you turn around with this two face. I respect that. If you feel that way then, you should still feel that way now. See, what you're mad at is that how we didn't draft. What you're mad at is that you got to get passes from Sam Darnold instead of Carson Wentz, which is a major downgrade. You know what I mean? So I don't really respect what he said. I ain't feeling what he said. I gave him about 5 minutes of energy, and I'm gonna tell y'all this: I ain't giving him no more. This is the last y'all gonna hear me talking about some damn Denzel Mims, who is on a team that has never beat. I repeat, never beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Y'all are 11-0. I, I don't know if it's another franchise in it might be, but I don't know if it's another franchise in the NFL that can say that they never beat a team. That's just horrible, man. So deuces up the ball, man. I ain't got no fight for it. Notion, what's good?
What's good, man? What's good, Notion? We appreciate you, bro. Appreciate the super chat, man. He said, y'all fellows stay blessed. I see y'all picking on Philly Mike. All three of y'all goats. Keep kicking fire, Eagles gang. Fly, Eagles fly. What's good, my guy? Hang on.
Hey,
We're getting super chats rolling in.
Hey, real fast, Gay City. Hold on, let me get this. Hey, Notion, tell them, hit that subscribe. Go on. Hit that subscribe. That's my man, yo.
Yeah. He definitely get that positive energy, man.
Yo, he get that energy, man. Coming by a share of the ones, man. I'm trying to tell y'all, they the ones, man.
Yep. So, all right, I guess we should get into this one, man. I'm trying to stay to the comments, guys. So I'm trying to keep them in my peripheral here so I can see exactly what he said, so that way we don't misconstrue anything. So, guys, give me 1 second, because last thing I want to do is take something out of context.
I know what he said.
All right, you want to go ahead and start?
Yeah, I know. I know what he said. Michael Jenkins basically said, this is what he said. He said that Deshaun Jackson was wrong for what he said, but we need to not lose focus on what we're trying to accomplish. And it's a bigger thing that we're trying to accomplish. And a lot of people in the radio station, WIP, took that to heart. Basically saying, this is what they're saying, that what he said is diminishing racism, and Malcolm Jenkins is only saying things that benefit the black community. No, because here's the thing. A lot of people said that what Deshaun Jackson posted, Hitler never said that. And Deshaun Jackson never said anything out his mouth. Deshaun Jackson, he highlighted a quote that was supposedly from Adolf Hitler. First of all, I don't condone in that. But Adolf Hitler didn't say that. And a lot of Jewish people were saying that. So
yeah,
my thing is, if Hitler didn't say that, why is everybody in an uproar? My thing is, Deshaun Jackson apologized. He's still getting backlash. Drew Brees apologized, and you hear nothing else. You know what I mean? And what Michael Jenkins is saying, basically, he didn't say it, but I'm going to go in a little deep. I did check Drew Brees. Drew Brees apologized, and now we move on. Deshaun Jackson apologized, and now we still on it. Why? Why, man? Because it's funny to me, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't want to get into too much of the race thing. Me and you had this conversation, and I don't really want to put it on this page, because at the end of the day, I'm like, a black man did something wrong, and it's just in an uproar. A white man does something wrong, and he apologized. We hear nothing else about it. Now, it wasn't an uproar because the black community was on his ass. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. On his top about it. So it was in an uproar. But once he apologized, we heard nothing else about it. A black man does something.
Mm-hmm.
The white community, the Jewish community is on his ass. He apologized. And we still keep hearing about it.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I think a lot of people touched on it, Reese. To be honest, I think a lot of people touched on it. I told you that I thought there were some ulterior motives going on. Both of us condemned what he said. Not even what he said, because he didn't say crap. What he shared. We said it was foolish to have shared that. He should have looked at the document in its entirety and understood what it was. But as egregious as that is, it's being taken way out of context. Because they're acting like some of these people that are saying these things are acting like they walk on water and they've never done anything stupid before. That they've never done anything that had good intentions but went horribly wrong. They're acting like they've never done these things before. And I'm sorry, I know human beings and I know it's bullcrap. I know they have. And I thought what Malcolm Jenkins was trying to get to is that this is smoke and mirrors and distraction. And that's the ulterior motive, is to keep us all focused on something that's not that important in the grand scheme of things, to distract us from what really is important. It's about breaking coalitions, in my opinion. I think some people have the intention of breaking coalitions. That's what it's about to me. That's what Malcolm was getting to.
And Steve, I usually don't do this. Because anybody that's really reporting on the Eagles, I respect. And even if I don't like what you're saying, I won't tell people not to listen to you. But Bleeding Green Nation, F you. Because at the end of the day, you sat there and made a whole list, and you made a whole article about Deshaun Jackson liking another man's comment. Once again, did not say anything. He just liked somebody. He just liked Dr. Umar Johnson. Y'all don't know who he is. He's a very intelligent man. Dr. Umar Johnson made a post, said, I can't wait until black men don't have to apologize for things that are true. There's nothing wrong with him liking that. What's wrong with that? But you sat there and stalked Deshaun Jackson page. You sat there and watched everything that he did. As soon as he liked something, boom, I got him. And that's corny, man, because at the end of the day, you didn't never and when I made the video at first, I didn't do my due diligence on looking at his looking at what he posted, his articles and stuff like that. But you didn't talk about when Deshaun Jackson said everybody needs to come together. When Deshaun Jackson was talking about black equality. When Deshaun Jackson was talking about Black Lives Matter, stuff like that. You ain't post about none of that. You ain't make an article about none of that. Now you want to make an article because he liked a post that somebody else said? Yeah. Come on, man. Get the hell out of here, man. I'm done with Bleeding Green Nation, man. Seriously.
Yeah. See, here's my thing, guys, is that I don't agree with what he said. And yes, the not what he shared. And yes, the body of that text was absolutely anti-Semitic. It was basically calling into question that Jews were behind everything and that they were the financiers and that they're there with the Illuminati. And it was a bunch of conspiracy nonsense. That's why I asked Charles and some people on Twitter, like, hey, man, does anyone have a source for this? Because this crap doesn't sound like Hitler. Like, I'm an historian, guys. I studied history. I taught it. I knew right away it smelled fishy as crap to me.
Right.
It like too much prophecy to be, you know what I mean? Like, it just smelled bad. It didn't smell right. But I understood people saying, hey, Deshaun, bro, this is anti-Semitic as crap. Like, you got to back off of this a little bit. I got all that. I understood what they were doing. I understand that the first time he apologized, he probably put a little too much of a defense there instead of just apologizing. But I felt a second apology when the organization stepped in was sincere. It was genuine. And I thought he said everything you needed to hear. But it kept going. It kept going. And then you got to ask yourself, why is it still going? Why do they keep doing this? That's where the ulterior motive crap came into me. And I got to be real, guys. I'm not anti-Semitic. And I know the Jewish people, just to be upfront and to be honest, I know that there are a lot of anti-Semitic statements out there about your relationship to slavery. There's a lot of over-accounting where people are saying that 90% of ownership during the colonial period. I know it's nonsense. I know it's nonsense as a historian because I can pull the documents from the census and show you it's nonsense. It was 40%. 40% of Jewish people in the colonies owned slaves, which was, by any other race, a higher percentage. But when you looked at the total ownership, it's just a mere fraction. It's not even close. So it's being disproportionate to the reality. With that said, I got to point something out. I can understand why members of the Black community might feel betrayed by the Jewish community. Because here you got two groups of people who were being discriminated against, right? And instead of helping and contributing to pull people out, a pretty good portion of that population went the opposite direction. That leaves a sour taste in people's mouths.
But not only that, Steve, what you got to understand real fast is, and I'm pretty sure that you know this, the Jewish people, when it started Jewish, they look like me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It wasn't white Jewish, and I'm not saying nothing about white people or none of that. You know how I feel, Steve. We had conversations about this. You know what I mean? But Deshaun Jackson was trying to say that we was dumb first. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's nothing wrong with what he said. Hey Charles, be more Philly. You're absolutely right. Me and Charles had a long conversation about this. And it's funny that people want to talk about the Nazis being bad when it doesn't pertain to them being able to acquire things. What I'm saying is people forget. People want to be in an uproar about what Deshaun Jackson said, but people forget that 14 or 1,700 scientists was pulled over from the Nazis after the Holocaust and brought over to the NS. Damn, I can't remember. They was brought over to America to be scientists, and they started getting a man on the moon. You want to know why America's on the moon? It's because of Nazis. But nobody wants to talk about stuff like that. Oh, you shouldn't embrace Nazis. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. Well, America has done it, and people don't want to talk about it.
Yes,
I'm trying.
That's actually true.
My apologies. My apologies in chat that I'm in an uproar about this, but when you do your due diligence and you sit there and you read things and you read things to read things, meaning I read something, but then I read something else to make sure that what I'm reading is right.
Yeah, what he's referring to, if you guys don't know the conversation, and he's right. Werner von Braun.
NASA.
He absolutely was a Nazi, and he was essentially one of the heads of NASA. So, I mean, there was a run on these German scientists following the war, and America was pretty good at getting them. And some of them committed some pretty big atrocities and never, ever stood trial. I mean, some people did, to be fair, some of these members of the Nazi party were killed, but in the States. But to be honest, a lot of them were able to live pretty normalized lives without ever having this about them.
Because they brought them over secret. They brought them over secretly.
Yeah.
They gave them different names, and they taught them the American way. They made them change their accent. They did a whole bunch of things just so America can prosper. But all we want to talk about is Deshaun Jackson liking a post. And that's what pisses me off, man, because at the end of the day, if you in on hating something, hate it all the way. Hate America for bringing these guys over here. But no, what we want to do, we want to sit there and belittle Deshaun Jackson for liking the post. For putting, now, listen, I'm gonna tell you this, Gates, and I'm gonna tell everybody in the chat. I don't condone what he did. He could have did it a different way. He could have said what he said in a different light. But at the same time, he didn't say anything. You know what I mean? So it's like people want to compare the Ron Cooper situation. It's no comparison. That man was intoxicated, and we all know a drunk tongue speaks a sober mind. That man said the N-word and got caught. And what happened? What happened, Gay City? Nothing.
Not much.
Exactly.
Not much.
Nothing. Nothing. They sent me home. They sent me home for 3 days.
Yeah.
But yet everybody want to be in an uproar. They want the Sean Jackson cut. Come on, man.
I thought he already got. Yeah.
He already got cut for having gang ties.
Yeah.
You want to know why? Because Baltimore, aka Chip Kelly, didn't want the black man there. He didn't want him there because. Go ahead, man.
I'll tell you a story I left this on Reese's page. All right. Tell you a little story about Raleigh, the place where I went to school. The place where, outside of Delaware, it's pretty much home to me. Raleigh was built off of philanthropy from other people, mainly planters. One of those planters, which gave the city 1,000 acres of land, was a gentleman by the name of Moses Mordecai. Okay. Moses Mordecai married this guy named John Lane. He married his daughter. Well, John Lane's father was this guy named Joel Lane. And Joel Lane was a guy that served in the French and Indian War, the American Revolutionary War. He was a prominent planter here in North Carolina. When Moses Mordecai took over the house, he built it in a classical architecture style, like a Greek revival style, okay? Big, fancy mansion looking stuff, guys. That's what that means, all right? This man had possession of over 50 slaves, okay? Moses Mordecai was a Jew. He was Jewish. He was one of the first 300 Ashkenazi Jews to arrive in the United States. His family was, not him personally, his family. I say this to you guys, and I say this because I have a lot of friends who are Jewish. I love them to death. They're not harmful people. But a lot of them don't know their own history and the role that they played. This young man donated not only land to Raleigh, but in 1867, he donated land to build a Confederate, not even kidding, guys, he built a Confederate graveyard in Raleigh. And then he turned around and he donated more land to build the first Hebrew cemetery in Wake County. This man was very much Confederate and Jewish. Some of this stuff gets overlooked, guys. And I'm not saying Deshaun did a great job of pointing this stuff out. He didn't. He took a very bad approach to it. But I think things are being taken way, way out of context from what he did. But yeah, there is a bit of double standard that goes on, guys. I think there are some people trying to detract. It's a tricky situation, guys. It's a tricky situation because I get that people are sensitive to the anti-Semitism stuff and for good reason at point in times. But at the same time, I just can't see how any rational human being can look at Deshaun Jackson and think to themselves, oh my God, this guy's an anti-Semite and he's going to try to come for us. Are you kidding me? Like, come on. That's being disingenuous. It's not being real about it.
Steve, let me ask you this, because I had a conversation with Charles Smith, aka Be More Philly. I had a conversation with LB, aka Laura Brunson, and I want to know how you feel about Julian Edelman saying what he said. Because me personally, I felt as though that was a better approach than how a lot of people are coming at Deshaun. He basically said, all right, look, I'll go to you go to the Holocaust Museum with me, and I'll go to the African American museum with you, and we both learn. I feel as though that was the right way. Now, when I talked to LB was like, basically, nah, he trying to, be in a limelight. I don't know. I mean, maybe LB right. You know what I mean? But I want to know how you feel about that.
Uh, I think to LB's point that maybe Edelman made it a little too much about him than he should have. But I thought the overreaching idea was to you educate me about your struggles and about your people, and I'll educate you about the struggles of my people. I thought that was the overarching
Right.
idea. Probably could have done that in a not so public way. Could have done that in a private way. Let maybe Deshaun talk about it, not him. You know what I mean? I think that could have definitely happened. But it's tough, man, because I don't know, man. It just feels so disingenuous what's going on right now. It's a witch hunt. It's a true witch hunt. And I just can't see how any rational human being is sitting there looking at Deshaun Jackson and going, this guy is an anti-Semite, and on top of that, he's dangerous. Nah, man. He said something that he wasn't quite fully, not even said. He shared something that he wasn't quite fully aware of. We all came out and said, hey, man, that shouldn't happen. You do owe an apology. He apologized. He said straightforward, I did this out of ignorance. I'm going to do better. He's taking to do better. I just don't get it, man. I don't like, at what point do we move towards forgiveness here? At what point do we just recognize that this is nothing more than a distraction from what else is going on?
Well, for Drew Brees, it was as soon as he posted what he posted. But for Deshaun Jackson, it seems like it's not going to happen until he scores 3 touchdowns, because that's what you're good at. We don't want to hear nothing from you. Shut up and dribble. You know what I mean? And I don't want to get too, because we definitely got off track and we definitely got too in deep on this, man. I kind of want to flip it, because I ain't gonna lie, Steve. I'm gonna say something that people ain't gonna like, because you know how I feel. We talk behind the scenes. You know how I feel, and let's get into some football, man. Let's get into football.
All right, Deshaun Jackson, over under 8 touchdowns. I'm messing with you, bro.
No. I'm going over. You ain't got nothing. No, I'm going over. No, that's a good question, because no, you know what's a better question though? Deshaun Jackson, over under 12 games. Is he gonna play? Over under?
Ooh, you know, this might be foolish to have this kind of hope. I think it's over.
I hope so.
I think it's
He's
over.
been focused.
I think it's over 12 games.
Before all this bull crap, Deshaun Jackson has been focused, man. And another thing, I don't know if we talked about this, but a lot of people was giving Carson Wentz crap about Deshaun Jackson working out with Jalen Hurts. Like, come on, man, y'all find the pettiest things. First of all, I think it's good, because I feel as though Jalen Hurts is going to be putting them packages to where as though we in the red zone, or we at the 40 or 30-yard line, and he's going to be implemented in the offense. So you need to know your receivers, because he's going to be used, man. What you think?
I think he's one of the main vehicles of our offense. And Murph, I catch your point about Black Wall Street, man. I know what you're alluding to. It's, there's a lot of weapons coming in, and I don't know how that's going to impact Deshaun Jackson, but I'm going to tell you this. The connection that those two had, Carson and Deshaun, if that thing continues, man, I just can't see, because if you start trying to get crazy with Deshaun, Eagles can beat you in a lot of ways with the speed they got, man. You still got Marquise Goodwin. You still got, Jalen Reagor. I mean, we got guys, you got Ertz, you got Goddard, you got Miles Sanders. Somebody's going to be on a very favorable matchup this year. And I think a large part of that will be due to Deshaun Jackson. Because can you bracket cover Ertz if you got D-Jax on the field?
No.
What do you think? I don't think you can either.
You can't. You can't.
I mean, you could try to run some 2 deep, but even doing that, man, you run 2 deep, and you leave those you leave the middle of the field between those hash marks alive, I got a feeling that Carson will eat you alive. Like he's going to go right for him. He's going to go right after that area. He's good at it. That's where he's comfortable throwing the ball.
True.
I hope that we get at least 12 games, and I'm optimistic it'll be more than 12 games. Keyword is optimistic, not confident. But I'll be real with you, man. I'll give you another one. Alshon Jeffrey. Okay. I know he said some stuff that probably should have been done differently, but I'm going to say this about Alshon Jeffrey. If healthy, and he lost a step last year, it was obvious. But when he's healthy, you're trying to tell me there's anyone on the Eagles that's a better X receiver?
You better not. You better not tell Charles, aka Be More Philly, that, because me and Charles had a long conversation about this, and after we had it, and kind of before we had it, his hands was not really there, man. He dropped a lot of passes.
Mm-hmm.
He really did. And me and Charles had a long conversation about this, and I felt my thing. What I told him was this: I don't see that. They're not gonna put Wentz in the end zone and get him hit. Now I don't see that, Charles. But back to what I was saying. My thing about Alshon is you can kind of see the difference when Nick Foles was throwing on the ball after 2017. In 2017, he was energetic with Carson Wentz. When Carson Wentz came back in 2018, when Carson Wentz was throwing to him in 2019, you didn't see the energy from Alshon Jeffrey, even after he scored a touchdown. You know what I mean? It wasn't a really celebration. It was just to grab the ball and walk away and, do the bird fly and all that kind of stuff. But when Nick Foles was throwing on the ball in 2018, it was more of a hug my quarterback. This is my quarterback. And you can kind of see he likes Nick Foles more than he likes Carson Wentz. And if you don't see that, you're blind, man. And hopefully, see what they tried to do in 2018 at the beginning of the season, they tried to have him go to a Sixers game. What looked just so fake and so phony. I just feel as though them two dudes, and I'm not going to say it's Carson's fault. I don't know what's going on, but it just seemed like Alshon has a problem with Carson Wentz. We don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that 90% of us feel as though Alshon Jeffrey is the guy that went to Justina Anderson talking about Carson and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like, do you really love your quarterback? And I had a conversation with LB about this too. He's saying that Alshon wants to be here. Alshon wants to be here because, first of all, he's getting paid way over what he's worth.
Yeah.
So why would he want to go anywhere else? He's already in the books. You know what I mean? So he's going to get paid even if he don't play 6 to 7 games.
Let me ask you a question on the topic, bro, of these players. Alshon Jeffrey, will he ever suit up in the Eagles uniform again?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yes, he will. He will around week 8, week 9. He will be back in the Eagles uniform, and hopefully, what will happen is, even though we gotta pay him the money that we gotta pay him, ooh, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, he will be a situational wide receiver, meaning red zone, meaning third down. We need a sure guy with sure hands. We can use you, our veteran wide receiver, because we got to understand our wide receiver core is so young. If Alshon is not playing, we only got 2 veteran wide receivers. That's Deshaun and Goodwin. And who knows if he even make the team? Hopefully he does. Is that nah, man? Nah, they ain't no gin gel in my guy. That's that 9-9. You hear me? That's that 9-9, man. But yeah, what I was saying was, who knows?
Hey, Rare Breed, I got what you were saying, man, but it is kind of funny.
Wait, what happened?
Like, he was trying to say that he grew up as, being in the majority race, but being the minority in his neighborhood. But
Okay.
he said that, he grew up in a colored neighborhood, basically.
Yeah, what I was saying. Oh yeah, we got to understand that without Alshon, our only veteran receivers is Goodwin and Deshaun Jackson. So, I mean, I'm not saying we might need Alshon, but we talked about this last couple lives, and we really don't have possession receivers. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to talk about it, we have possession tight ends, but who is our possession receiver? Is Rhaegar that? We don't know that. Is Quez Watkins that? We don't know that. Is Hightower that? We don't know that.
Right now, you know what my prediction would be? You know what my prediction would be? It's Zach Ertz. We're going to play an inverted 12 man. We're going to play an inverted 12 man. It's basically it. Yeah. Well, I know you know that. You and me both. We both know that. It's Ertz.
I understand it's Ertz, but I'm just talking about at the wide receiving position. My thing is, when you have a kid with a big arm, to play 12 man is limited to him. To play 13 man is limited to him. To play 22 is limited to him. You need guys that can stretch the field. You know what I mean? And we have that now. So you have to play these guys. Hopefully these guys can even be possession receivers at the same time, but we don't know that. But we do know Alshon is.
So Sadon says, Steve, you know how I feel about Alshon. He's straight trash. He is lazy and don't run aggressive routes. Look at the Green Bay game. Sadon, if I can point out one thing about that game, remember, that was a shortened week. Alshon was injured, and he wasn't supposed to play, and he still did. I don't know if that's the greatest example. Guys, some of it, I'll say this. It's really hard to make predictions when you're judging people's body language because we're making a perception. We the feels. We got to keep in mind that Alshon had lingering lower body injuries last year. That can make you look your body. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be careful with that stuff, guys. I don't know. There's been some people want to give JJ a shot. Here's my thing on that, guys, about JJ. And sure enough, I'm trying to find your comment, man, but somehow I lost it, bro. So I'm sorry. Damn it. Where's it at? Sure enough, sorry, bro. I'm gonna find it eventually before we turn like 90.
What you talking about when he said now it's time for win? Okay.
Yeah. So he's saying JJ can step up. Look, I don't want to disparage JJ because we need him to step up. It's straightforward. We need JJ Arcega-Whiteside to step up. But there's no way I would make an action or do anything with Alshon Jeffrey until I saw JJ. He's got to live up to it, man. Because I got to be real. Right now, the only two guys that I think can play that role legitimately this season are Ertz and JJ. If JJ can't do it, then that's pretty much just Ertz. I mean, I would wait on it. My personal feelings, man, is I would wait on it because Alshon has the talent. This is not an issue of talent. What the heck, Murph? What is going on, bro? BMO, sorry, I'm trying to find some of your comments, man. Doug already said Miles will be more of a workhorse back, but I think they will rotate the wide receivers in and out a lot to help with injuries. Ideally, BMO, I agree with you, but I think a lot of these guys have to prove the ability to get on the NFL field. There's a lot of unknown there, but you got Marquise Goodwin. You got Deshaun Jackson. You got Greg Ward. To some extent, you got JJ, but I mean, we got to see. I mean, even JJ's kind of got to prove it. I mean, you can even make the argument that Greg Ward Jr., we're still talking about a very small sample size. B More, Charles said JJ's hands are very underrated. Meh. Gang 336 said JJ doesn't run routes like Alshon, not even close. Yeah. That's definitely true. Like 100%. Like, nah, JJ is nowhere near the route runner that Alshon Jeffrey is. But we gotta see where Alshon's health is too, guys. I mean, he's coming off of Liz Frank. He already had lingering lower body injuries, topped off by Liz Frank. He may never be the same. That's the other side of the coin on this one. There's a possibility that Alshon Jeffrey will never be the same player. We'll have to see. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get to your comments. Just give me a second, guys. Doug wants to have receivers to top off the defense. He goes down. They were on Ertz with double teams, not giving many options. This offense is going to thrive, and this will be Ertz. Yeah, Steven. I mean, to an extent, I agree with you. Certainly having a vertical element to your offense will make it to where everything is not, between 5 and 9 yards. It's really difficult to drive the field on every single possession. That's an incredibly difficult task to do. And that's what we were asking our offense to do every single game last year. So, yeah, absolutely. Having a vertical element return back to the offense would be a lot different. It's going to make us a lot different. I mean, there's a reason why the Eagles invested so much in speed. I mean, we invested a ridiculous amount in speed. All right, let me see here. Okay. We're going to lose a lot of impact / cornerstone pieces in the 2020 offseason. Possibly Big Moose. Yeah, that could potentially be around the corner. I agree. There is potential to have that kind of happen. No doubt about it. That's just potentially, absolutely. When you look at the way some of these contracts are structured, Alshon's probably definitely not back after this season. Djax, I'm going to be real with you. Although I don't think what he said was that egregious. I think the sharing what was in that quote was egregious, but I don't think I think his actions are being overstated. I'm going to take a wild guess that the front office will not bring him back after this season. I'm not saying it's right, guys. I'm saying just using common sense. That's probably what will happen. So there's already 2 of your receivers down. There's the question looming around Zach Ertz. I would personally have him back, but we'll see. You look at guys on the offensive line. We look at aging defenders. You got Fletcher Cox scheduled to make like $24 million. You got Brandon Graham making over $10 million, I believe, next year. Like, yeah, man, some of these pieces could definitely be gone. All right, we got Dominique say, "Hey, family, I believe Deshaun here for 2 more seasons. Going to end career here either way. And far, Alshon last year this season. Dominique, I'll be honest, man. I think it could be Deshaun's too, especially given, Howie Roseman seemed completely fine with everything. I got to be real with you, man. Jeffrey Lurie doesn't seem to be okay with this stuff. Like, I just have my suspicions here. But Dominique, I hope Deshaun does retire an Eagle because let's be real, man. I mean, there was a movie that kind of centered around Deshaun Jackson being Rookie of the Year. Like, come on. Hey, Rare Breed, I was just messing with you, man. It's all right. I was just messing with you. I don't think anything differently of you. It was just a weird way of stating it. Good question, man. So Kirk said, can the Eagles have 3 explosive wide receivers out of this core? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just this season alone, I think you're going to have 3 explosive wide receivers. I mean, to be real with you, I think you're going to have, quite frankly, I think you'll have, Deshaun Jackson, Marquise Goodwin, and Jalen Reagor alone for this season. Absolutely, are going to be explosive. For the following season, yeah, we got you, bro. For the following seasons, I think you can look at past Deshaun Jackson, Marquise Goodwin. I honestly believe a lot in Quez Watkins. I think John Hightower's got some questions to ask about his hands at times, but he's an explosive player, man. John Hightower's a really explosive player too. Jalen Reagor. And when I say about John Hightower, guys, let me clarify the statement a little bit. Contested catch. When he's working in contested catches, his hands, sometimes he can get free and he just doesn't get his body positioning right. He's got to work on that. He's got to work on his timing with those jumps. He's got to work on his hands with those jumps.
I ain't gonna lie, Steve. I ain't hearing nothing. I ain't hearing too much that you said, but I'm excited, excited to see about this wide receiver core, man. The speed and it's crazy to say maybe I'm jumping a little bit too early, but I'm pretty sure the chat would agree with me. This is the most talent at the wide receiver position that Carson has ever had.
Yeah,
I'm talking about through college and in the NFL. We know what he had in 2017. With a guy that can stretch the defense. And Torrey Smith didn't catch everything that was thrown to him. We know that. A guy in Outshine that was still kind of in his prime, and a possession receiver that can still stretch the field and do a lot of things. And don't want to name this guy, but I have to. A AAA, Aguilar Alligator Arms, that played his best year. And we kind of seen, I ain't gonna say we seen a first round talent, because a first round talent, a guy that is picked at 13 should be your number 1 receiver, but he was a number 2 or number 3, whatever you want to call it, and he played his best year. But the talent that we have right now, Quez Watkins, Hightower, Raygard, even dudes like Goodwin. People sleeping on Goodwin, man. This dude, when we talk about speed, he's at the top 5 when we talking about speed, man. So I can't wait to see what Carson Wentz does with these guys, man.
Hey, Eagles has landed. I am very, very familiar with Tamarion Terry. I can't stand that bum, because that bum put up 2 touchdowns on NC State. I'm very familiar with him. He's a good football player. I mean, I'd have to really break down his route running and stuff like that to see NFL, applicability. But in college, he's pretty explosive, man. I'm definitely familiar with him.
Who are you talking about?
Tamarion Terry. He's a wide receiver for Florida State.
Okay.
Ridiculously, he's definitely a guy that I'd be interested to see his 40 time. He's fast. I just don't know how fast. So
I still can't believe Quez Watkins still had the number 2 40 time in the NFL. That's kind of amazing to me, man. This dude got speed.
Yeah. I mean, Terry, guys, you'll see Tamarion Terry, and I don't know the Eagles taking him. I think it would depend upon the expositioning, but Tamarion Terry is like one of these kind of longer, lanky kind of guys. He's like 6'4", but when you watch him on camera, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't measure in with long arms. And like he's definitely got a lanky build to him.
Okay.
He was a pain. He was a pain against NC State, man. I couldn't keep watching, bro. I feel like I was watching Duke play. What are your predictions about that, man? about the Eagles wide receiver position.
What
How
you
do you think
mean?
they
Like
handled
exactly. If I want to say it, because we got, here's the thing that's going to get goofy with the wide receiver position is the running back position, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because you want to keep wide receivers on your team for practice squad reasons. Quez Watkins already signed, so he's locked in. You know what I mean? So who's really fighting is a guy like Hightower, stuff like that. But are they going to pick a guy in Killings over Hightower? You know what I mean? So that's when it gets goofy. That I ain't gonna say goofy, but that's when it really you gotta really lock down and see who was the better player. Is Killings a better player than John Hightower? You know what I mean? And I don't know that answer right now. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm talking about the NFL level.
Yeah.
And it sucks because I ain't gonna lie to you. I was gonna do a video about this and I still might. We need these preseason games more than a lot of teams because of all the question marks that we got. Like the one that I just said. Who was better, Killings or Hightower? Because to me, them two are kind of on a bubble on who's going to make this team. We're only going to take 3 to 4 running backs. We're only going to take 4 to 5 wide receivers. So who was on the bubble of getting cut, and who was on a bubble of making the practice squad, and who was going to make the actual team? You know what I mean? So to me, right now, what it looks like, they drafted J.J. Arthur-Whiteside, so he's going to play.
Yeah.
Of course, Rhaegar's going to play first round draft pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then on the other side, are you going to play JJ or are you going to play Good? That's a real battle. That's a real question. So it's like, and then you like, where does Greg Ward fit into all this? Greg Ward might be the fifth or sixth receiver. He
Mm-hmm.
might go back to the practice squad. Most likely he will. Right now, if I really had to pick gun in my head, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say Rhaegar. Then I'm gonna say JJ Arthur-Whiteside, and I think they put JJ Arthur-Whiteside at the X until Alshon gets back, and they probably mix and match then. And then I might have to go with Goodwin over Greg Ward to play the slot. What you think?
Goodwin's got more experience. He's more explosive. It's more a matter of health with Goodwin. Here's the thing. Goodwin is primarily.
I forgot DJ. My bad. Did I name DJ?
Deshaun Jackson. Yeah. But the thing is, though, Reese, is that Goodwin has played a lot on the outside. A lot.
Right.
Can he play in the slot? Probably so. I think the Eagles are going to rotate guys in and out of the slot because you got Rhaegar, Goodwin. You got D-Jax can play in the slot. I mean, there's a lot of guys that can play the slot right now. Greg Ward. The question is about contract length and the future structuring of the team, I think. You know what I mean? I think that's where Greg Ward has an opportunity to maybe stick. Greg Ward could be here for the next 3 or 4 years underneath a reasonable contract. Some of those other guys won't, I don't think. So I guess you have to look at the core. You know what I mean, Reese? Like, what is the core? And how do you maintain the core through the season? Because if your core is going to be Rhaegar, it's going to be J.J. Arthur-Whiteside, Rhaegar, Hightower, Quez Watkins. I said Hightower, Watkins, and Greg Ward. When do you think you need to find a way of keeping on the roster? My real question is do you think you can get Greg Ward through a season on the practice squad, or do you think that he's an automatic? As soon as someone gets hurt, someone's claiming him?
All right, so because I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't know it's officially how that works. Everybody can't get claimed off the practice squad, right? Or like people can like I never knew. Can people just come to your practice squad team and say, "Hey, I want that guy. Give me that guy." Like, how does that work exactly?
Yeah. So once you once you go through the process of essentially releasing a player at the end of cutbacks, right? They go through the waiver wire. No one claims them. Then you can then sign that player to your practice squad. The problem is once you sign them to your
I know
practice
that.
squad, any team can negotiate to put them on their active 53 if they so choose.
Anybody on your practice squad.
Anyone on your practice squad. Now the Eagles are notorious
I
for
ain't know
paying
that.
practice
Okay.
squad well. We do pay pretty well in our practice squad. But remember, your practice squad will count against your salary cap. So how much you can pay does kind of factor in when you start getting tight on the money. My thing is and Sadon, I see your question. Yes, sir. You're going to value a second round pick over an undrafted rookie free agent. I think you're going to have to find a way of trying to find your core. Because do you honestly think, Reese, do you honestly think that Deshaun Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey, or Marquise Goodwin is back for 2021?
Deshaun Jackson, Marquise Goodwin, and who?
Deshaun Jackson, Marquise Goodwin, and Alshon Jeffrey. You think any of them are back for 2021?
If I had to say anybody, it'll probably be Deshaun. And as a situational player, he would drop down in the rotation. But I think Alshon's gone just because of the salary cap. I think Goodwin is just here for 1 year because you know how we love them compensatory picks, and you're going to get one for him. So I feel as though they would probably cut him. And Deshaun Jackson will be 34 next year, but if he shows no sign of slowing down, I think he has the best opportunity between these three guys that you just named to be on the roster next year.
Yeah. Hey, Sadon, I'm going to get to your question about. I was bugging about giving precedent to JJ Arcega-Whiteside over Greg Ward. I'm going to be truthful with you the way front offices work. I don't care if JJ runs out there and can't tie his shoes right, trips over the field, breaks his arm. I promise you, he's a second round pick. He'll be on this roster. It's just the facts, man. It's the facts.
That's how this organization is.
Yeah. Now, the real question is, Reese, since we're talking about JJ, and I criticized JJ, I pointed out that he might have been injured, but he also couldn't run routes. I pointed that out, that this kid needed serious work on his route running. And I'm not saying that JJ, he's a young kid. He can get it together. But how long do you think they give this kid? Do you think if he comes out here and lays an egg like he did last season, this season, you think he's back in 2021?
Who you talking about? My bad, Steve.
JJ.
What you mean? They're not going to cut him.
No, I'm not talking about this year. They're certainly not going to cut him this year. I'm saying if JJ comes out this season, if JJ comes out this season and lays another egg.
Yeah. I heard what you said. They're not going to cut him next year neither, because you don't have to pay him anything. So we can keep him in the tuck. We can look at Matt Hollins. Look at dudes like Sheldon Gibson. Look at dudes like Josh Huff. They keep these guys because it's not hurting anything. You know what I mean? We're not paying you anything.
But let me ask
you
a question.
It's time for you to
do you think that JJ could be more susceptible to those guys, though, because he's not the same special teams contributor?
Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah. But here's the thing: JJ has better talent than them guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
JJ can be a way better player than both of them guys, probably combined. I'm talking about all three of them guys: Matt Hollins, Kelly Gibson, and Josh Huff, all
Yeah.
combined. The thing is, was the coaching also. You know, us having a new wide receiver coach is going to be major. And not only that, I felt as though he wasn't used right. He's not a route runner. Maybe you can work on a route runner, but he was a rookie. So you expect a guy that really wasn't a crisp route runner in college to come to the NFL level and just be a route runner. No, you got to send him on fly routes. No, you got to send him on dig routes. No, you got to make sure that his routes are not complicated and also not crossing routes. He's not a crossing route type of guy because we've seen what happened. He runs into people. You know what I mean? So, come on, man. You got to do better coaching. And, you know, he got to work on his footwork. Hopefully he's doing that. We'll see. And you got to stop coming out here talking about you couldn't get out of bed. And we're going to say that for another day.
Stephen B., I'm sorry. I left this comment up here for like an hour. My bad, bro. The movie I was referencing, and I wouldn't recommend necessarily watching it to see the Djax element of it. It's Silver Linings Playbook. It's a romantic flick that centers around like the Philadelphia Eagles and the culture of Philadelphia, and like Djax is a pretty big part of that movie. I wouldn't recommend watching it for a sports movie though. I would watch something like All the Right Moves before I watch that if you're looking for sports content. Sadon, I saw your comment. I lost it. Give me 1 second, buddy. I'll pull it up. First off, Sadon, good to have you back, bro. You've been gone for a minute, bro. I was wondering where you were.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Yeah. He dropped off the face of the earth, man.
No. You gotta start
after the
content back out, Sadon, so we put you on the channel, bro.
Yeah, man. Right after the football season, you just dropped off the face of the earth, man. Like, what happened to you, man? Carson Wentz go down, you went down with him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He really felt the injury. I felt that on a deep level, bro. He said, all right, okay, that's what I know. But if he wasn't dealing with salaries and draft picks, who would you want? AJ or Ward? So if the decision was up to me, Sadon, this is what I would do. I don't care how I did it. I don't care if I had to make a phantom injury. I don't care if I got to carry 7 wide receivers. I'm finding a way, to be real with you, I'm going to find a way to keep my young core intact, including JJ and Greg Ward Jr. JJ, Greg Ward Jr., okay? Certainly John Hightower, certainly Quez Watkins, certainly Jalen Reagor. Those 5 guys, I'm finding a way, since that's my future, I'm finding a way to make sure other teams can't get hold of these guys. All right? Now, whether I got to create a phantom injury, I mean, you know, maybe Quez or maybe somebody, you know, John or Greg Ward or JJ, somebody stubs their toe and they're on the IR. I don't know. But I'm finding a way to keep them there. Or I'm just going to put 7 receivers on the roster. Because here's the thing. I feel like if we need to activate Alshon Jeffrey, something's probably not right. What did you think about that, man? About that, Reese? About activating Alshon Jeffrey?
Yes.
By what week?
He gets back from his injury. We got all these guys playing. You know, we kept 7 receivers. And now you got this looming question about what to do with Alshon. If we have to activate him and play him, what do you think that says about our receivers?
I don't think it says too much. I think it says a lot about the salary, not the salary cap, but what you're paying him. You can't pay this guy $27 million and not play him. You know what I mean? It's like, first of all, I'm not saying you want to keep all your players happy, but at the same time, you paying this guy this, and he fights through an injury. He's out there working out. He's doing the due diligence to get back on the field, and he says he's ready. You got to put him out there and see what he can do. Now, he goes out there and has the same energy that he has been having for the same 2 years when getting balls thrown to balls, but getting footballs thrown to him from Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
Now you have a phantom injury. Now you hit something. You know what I mean? But if he come out there balling, you gotta see. It's not our job to find a way to get these guys playing time, but you have to find a way. If he come out here balling, you have to find a way to get him playing time. That's just facts, man. That's just facts.
Say down, you funny, bro.
What he said?
He said we got him about to make a video now.
Come on, man. You should never stop, man. I encourage everybody, man, especially if you're doing this Eagles thing, man. Don't stop. Keep the grind going, man. You know what I mean? One day, trust me, I know the grind. If anybody know the grind, I know the grind. You know, one day you might be at 100 subs. Next thing you know, you're looking up like, damn, I'm at 400. Next thing you know, you're looking at, damn, I'm at 700. And probably you hit that 1,000 mark, man. I know the grind. Trust me.
Yeah. So, what about Aaron Moorhead's role, man? Do you think Aaron Moorhead coming in? Because all right, I'll give you my perception before I just set you up like that, Reed. My bad. Let me give you some context before I do that. So, guys, as someone who's coached wide receivers, when I looked at Carson Walsh, I had a problem with the way he was running the drills. Okay, I had a problem with the guidance he was giving the guys. To be straight up front about it, guys, he didn't command a room. He just didn't, man. He was too soft spoken. Like, you can't be like that, man. You can't. Like, you got to hold people accountable, especially when they're making millions of dollars. Like, you got to make sure those men are accountable to what they're doing. I just didn't feel like he was a good fit there. What I like about Aaron Moorhead is everyone I've watched talk about Aaron Moorhead has said nothing but positive thing about his relationship with the players and the fact that while he is very, he's very stringent and he's very demanding, he gets their respect. And that was missing. And there were a lot of, like, when you're a head coach, your offensive coordinator, your backup quarterback got to go down to your position group and help you, bro, you about to get fired. I mean, you about to get fired straight up. Like, let's be real. If I was a coach on a football team and the head coach, the offensive coordinator, and my backup quarterback had to come help me do my job, they're probably not going to invite me back the next year. That's just the way it is. It means that you probably aren't suited for that job. I don't think we're going to struggle like that with Aaron Moorhead. I think Aaron Moorhead's going to do the job really well. If he can get the young guys going, Reese, would you find a way of keeping all 5 of those guys, even if it meant keeping a guy like Djax or Goodwin or Alshon off the roster?
No, I can't keep Djax off the roster.
That's a big if. I get it. But no, I'm not saying it doesn't have to be Djax in general. I'm saying keep one of the veterans, whether it's Djax, Goodwin, or Alshon. It could be any of the 3. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, we talking about Goodwin, yeah. Like, I ain't got no problem with that. I understand the speed that he has, but there's a reason why he's a journeyman. You know what I mean? Yeah, these kids have not proven anything, but let's keep it real. What has Goodwin really proven? He proven he can run routes. He could be proven that he can get separation, but what do you do after that? It's a reason why he's been jumping around, and it's a reason why the 49ers wanted to get, not just get rid of him, but get him to an NFC threat. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like we a team that's bottom tier. They gave us him, and they know that we can be contenders with them. So,
Charles, we trying to put Aguilar on me, bro. I ain't Coach Aguilar. I'll put that on me. I mean, who do you think is the most likely to be cut in this scenario, man, in terms of the receivers? Do you think it's Greg Ward? Do you think it's one of the young guys? What's up, Philly? Mike still up here. Who do you think's the most likely, man? So out of the receivers, who do you think is the most likely to be cut?
Hightower.
You think it's Hightower?
And I like him a lot. I like him a lot, man. But with Quez Watkins already being signed, Rhaegar hasn't even signed yet. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Is it because of this pandemic and he being able to get? I don't know. I don't know why Watkins was signed, and it's crazy because he was signed right after the Deshaun Jackson situation. Now, Deshaun Jackson is not going to be cut, but was they signing Watkins to send Deshaun Jackson a message? Because if they was, that was corny and spiteful. You know what I mean? But maybe they wasn't. But with Watkins being signed, I think Hightower is probably the man out. If he is. If somebody got to be the man out, it'll probably be Hightower. What you think?
Oof. Bro, this is a tough question, man. I'm gonna be real.
You asked it.
I know. It's a tough question to get to the heart of it, bro. I'll be real with you.
Hey, Steve, you crazy as hell.
I don't have the answer. That's the thing. I really don't have the answer. I don't have the answer because I think
you was talking about just guys that's drafted, right? Or you talking about all of them?
All of them.
Oh, I thought you was talking about guys that were drafted.
No, all of them.
The last one, listen. No. I gotta go with a good one. My bad. I gotta go with a good one.
Okay.
My bad.
I can see Goodwin being susceptible to being cut. I can see Greg Ward Jr. being susceptible to being cut. I can see Hightower and I can see Watkins, depending on who's the worst of these four. You know what I mean? Who proves
even
to be
after Watkins signed already?
Huh?
Even after Watkins signed already?
Yeah, I mean, I don't put too much weight in like when they signed. You know what I mean? I mean, if this was a regular season where he could be getting work in after he signed, I think that would be a much more important step. But everyone's kind of, you know what I'm saying? Everyone's kind of stuck right now. I could see, like, here's the thing. The easy answer would be to let go someone like, Alshon, or let go someone like, you know what I mean? One of the other guys, even Djax. But the thing is Djax and Alshon, I think are 100% protected by their contracts. I think if the Eagles were going to make those moves, they would have done those already. You already drafted players. You know what I mean? Like, why would you wait unless you're waiting for the cap situation to be in your favor to let those players go?
Right.
So, man, I'm trying to come up with one name for you, man, because you came up with one name.
It's hard, tough, right?
Man. Yeah, it's tough. Damn, bro, I hate to say it, man, because I'm rooting for this guy.
Why you say that? All right, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm rooting for him, but I think Ward Jr. is in trouble. I think Ward's got to go out there and show he's the man. And I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm just talking about who's susceptible, like, you know what I mean? But I like where you're
right, though. No. I mean, yeah, that could happen. What I said, but you're right. And what you just said made me think about it even more because you said he got to prove it. He's been proving it for 2 to 3 years. And what did that get him? Not a zilch. You know what I mean? So it's like I keep grinding, I keep doing this, I keep doing. But here's the thing. Now the world done seen it. The world done seen it. When that announcer said, "Oh my gosh, who is Greg Ward?" Everybody's seen it. I guess the Washington football team. Everybody's saying that. Oh, who is Greg Ward? Let me see. Now teams are looking. You know what I mean? So if he don't land with us, I'm telling y'all right now, if they get rid of him, he will be on another team. Because to transition from quarterback to what in the world, my God? Damn, who that Philly fresh at the bottom of the car?
You're right. You're right.
Hey
Yo,
man,
that.
how I feel? Yo, that.
Yo, that.
No, but what I was saying real fast, we real fast, Mike. We talking about what wide receiver we feel as though won't make it. What wide receiver, uh, out of all the wide receivers, won't will be the guy to get cut. And at first, I said Goodwin, but Gate City made a good point about Greg Ward, and he said when he said that he got to put in the work. I sat back and thought about it like, damn, he has put in this work. He's been putting in this work, and we've seen it because he should have been on the field before Matt Howes and dudes like that. Even before, shout out to him, love him to death, love that Carson, love him, but he should have been on the field before Jordan
Matthews.
Matthews. Exactly. You know what I mean? So it's like it's Greg Ward the man out, and it's looking like that now. Hey, the chat, I want to hear from y'all. What y'all think? Because it's coming down to these two players. It's going to be either Greg Ward or it's going to be Goodwin. So which one y'all think is going to be cut?
Honestly, I agree. It's probably gonna be down to them too. When you look at Goodwin, um, I don't know, man. Again, it could easily be something that health happens early and keeps Greg Ward on the field. But yeah, I think Greg Ward is a guy who really the Eagles don't got no tie to. It was like you came up from the practice squad, you did pretty good, but we didn't invest nothing in you. If we lose you, we lose you. We don't, we don't. I mean, even though Goodwin wasn't invested in much, what we do? We moved back in the 6th round. What, like 20 picks? It wasn't nothing crazy that we invested in him, but yeah, man. If what we saw last year didn't already put him up a little bit, then I don't think much he can do in this so-called training camp we're gonna have that's gonna convince him.
Yeah, that's a good point, but it's really difficult, man. I see it as a four-way thing here. You got John Hightower still at the end of the day is a 5th-round pick, right? Quez Watkins at the end of the day is a 6th-round pick. But you got to look at the futures of the contracts. You know what I mean? Now you're down to Greg Ward Jr., an undrafted rookie free agent who, to be real, is one of the only few players on this roster we've seen play, even though it was limited. And you got Marquise Goodwin, who's had an injury problem. I thought Cara made a good point earlier that said that, a lot of Marquise Goodwin's injuries did coincide with the loss of children. Maybe he was just emotionally broken down, and that does make you susceptible to injuries.
Wait,
That was a pretty good point.
Wait, what happened? What happened? I ain't doing nothing about this.
Yeah, Marquise Goodwin. I think his wife had like multiple miscarriages and stuff. And
damn.
Yeah. There was a lot of kind of stuff going on there with that. Yo, Fresh, you're on here twice, bro. I don't know how that's happened.
No, this how I get the comments.
Got you. I got you. I was like, what the hell's happened? It was like pointing up to your ceiling fan and stuff. I'm like, what the? Someone hacked your stuff for a minute, bro.
Hey man, that has been done. My IG has been hacked. You hear me? Well,
yeah,
not hacked. Somebody stole my whole profile and pictures and all that kind of stuff. But anyway,
I mean, my thing is that I would like to personally I would like to find a way of finding out if we can get one of these guys on, because we can hold players on the roster for a certain amount of time with the new rules for 55-man roster. Here's my question, guys.
Hey, Steve, I'm gonna let you go real fast, but I just want to make sure when you're done, I want you to pull up Charles Queen comment. It's a very good comment. I want to get into that. Go ahead.
Who was it?
Charles Queen.
Got you.
All right.
About the guards?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up while we're talking.
Okay.
So, last question on this, guys. Do you guys think maybe, even though this is outside of the collective bargaining, it's already passed, do you think that they go into an emergency bargaining period? That because they may allow players to opt out, they may also allow teams to now add extra roster positions besides the 2 carried from the practice squad to the 55 for temporary time periods. Could you guys see something like that happening before the season starts? Do you get what I'm saying?
No, say it again. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. Mike had me kind of
yeah, he was
Mike
all
had me kind of befuddled. I thought he was getting kidnapped. So what? Hey, I'm about to call Mike phone. Make sure he didn't get kidnapped, man. What the hell just happened? Hey, yeah.
So what I'm saying is because of COVID-19, because they may allow players to opt out, could we see an emergency collective bargaining agreement coming, like a collective agreement from the Players Association and from the NFL to possibly, because of all this, expand the rosters even further for this season?
No, from what I heard, they're supposed to they're already going to expand it because of COVID-19, like you said, because I think they're going to have they're going to expand the roster and also the what's it called? What's it called? The pup list. They're going to expand the pup list because you can put a guy on a pup list for 4 to 6 weeks because he had COVID. So I think they're going to, from what I'm hearing, and from what I'm getting from a couple inside sources, is that they're going to expand both the pup list and also the roster. But they already was talking about expanding the roster because remember, next year, not this year, but next year they're going to 17 games, not 16. So they're already talking about expanding the roster anyway. I think it's going from 53 to 59, something like that. So they're already talking about expanding it. So they might just implement that right now and also implement getting expanding the pup list and putting guys on IR and stuff like that just because they got COVID-19. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading everyone's comments about Mike. So I was aiming to start laughing.
Wait. So my Claire said we need Liam Neeson. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Listen. You can't do nothing in this live stream wrong because this whole chat would kill you. You hear me?
Yeah. Ooh. All right. Let's get into this one, man. Charles Queen's question. What are we gonna do at guard?
You asking me?
Yeah. I'll let you go first on this one.
I'm comfortable with Matt Pride. From what I've seen from this kid, and I mean it's small doses, but he's not as acrobatic. Don't grind me up, y'all. I messed that up. I'm kind of tired. He's not acrobatic as a Brooks, but he can get the job done. There's certain things that you're not going to be able to do because I mean let's keep it real, man. Brooks is just a different kind of species when we talking about right guards. Like to me, I mean, you can argue with me until the sun comes up and then when it goes back down. He's the best right guard in the National Football League right now. So to replace him is very, very harsh because all the things that he does, getting to the next level, getting off of the snap as fast as he does. Being next to Lane Johnson also helps. So I feel as though Matt Pryor will benefit from that being next to Lane Johnson, but he just can't do the things that that Brooks can do at the speed he does it. But I feel as though I'm comfortable with Matt Pryor.
So tough situation because of the money.
What you mean?
I'll be honest with you. I honestly, the more I think about it, I think your best solution, if it can be done, first off, I think you go through camp. I think you go through camp, and I think you see if the guys we got on the roster can do the job. I think it's your best option. My problem isn't with Matt Pryor; it's with the depth. I think Matt Pryor can play. I think it's more so the depth issue that scares me. Now we invested a 4th-round pick. Was Prince Tega 5th or 6th? I think he was a 6th-rounder. I mean,
6.
picks yeah, we got picks in Prince Tega. You know, I mean, I think to some extent you got to let Driscoll and you got to let Prince Tega play a little. Maybe playing those positions as backups. You got Gibson. You know, you got Sua Opeta. If these guys look like they're not ready and we need a veteran presence, I think because you also have uncertainty at tackle. So here's my thing. What is after Dillard at tackle, in your opinion? Tough,
Really,
right?
nobody. I mean, the guys that you just named, I'm pretty sure they're going to bring some. I'm pretty sure they're going to bring somebody to, challenge guys and to be their bodies in the offseason or OTA. I don't even think it's going to be OTAs, but somebody to challenge some guys. But you're looking at Jordan Mailata. That's it, really.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you bring back JP.
I would wait it out. I don't know if Jordan Mailata can do it or not. I thought he made very, very small steps in a positive direction, and he showed some of the athletic gifts he has. My problem is we're talking preseason. Anyone can look good in preseason. Just a fact.
Let me ask you this real fast, and then you can go back to what you were saying. Do you think that Jordan Mailata would have been better at trying to play defensive end or something like that? Like I just felt as though that transition was kind of weird from a guy that's always used to running towards you. You know what I mean? To put him at a position to where as though he gotta run back and try to get people and try to stop people instead of running towards people. You know what I mean? Because the athleticism that he has, could you imagine him at defensive end? I mean, if you look at the tape with this guy when he played rugby, he was just unstoppable. You know what I mean? So do you think he would have been a better defensive end transition, or like they just had to put him at there because of how big he is?
Size. I think size has a lot of it to do with it. But he's also, I mean, look, he's an athletic kid. My thing is I don't know much about it. Prince Tega is coming off an injury. I don't know if he's ready. He's a rook. Jordan Mailata, only experience playing football is with us. He's less than a rook, in my opinion.
He is. Because at least a rookie got college.
I think you have to give him a chance. They got to be given an opportunity to win it. But I think I would keep Jason Peters' number quick. I'd had that on speed dial just in case.
Oh, I think they do. I don't think they're playing with Jason Peters. We might see him, but my only thing is the reason that he's probably not signed yet is because he doesn't want to play backup.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the longer this goes on, I think the options become smaller. You know what I mean?
But is he looking at options, or is he just looking at being stubborn, saying, if I'm not starting, I'm not playing? He can do that because we all know he can retire right now and be a Hall of Famer and be fine. Super Bowl champion, even though he wasn't there when he won. but he's a Hall of Fame left tackle, and he can just cut his losses and say, "Oh, I'm not starting. I don't need to play." You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's tough to say, to be honest, Reese, because who knows what he's thinking deep down. But I think the Eagles could make a sales pitch that the likelihood of us really not having a lot of experience at guard, you're clearly going to be the most experienced tackle. Whether you get in for left tackle, left guard, right guard, you're likely to see action at some point. And I'm not saying that Jason Peters is the ideal candidate for a guard. I'm saying, break in case of emergency, he can do it. It's tough, man. I don't know what you do in this situation. Do you have faith in the tackles and approach guard, or do you go get a guy like Peters or another veteran? You know what I mean? And see what they can do. It's not an easy.
To me, I think Peters is the best bet. That's really the only bet that you have. I mean, unless you want to trade for somebody. A lot of people have been talking about the guard the guard from the Patriots. I can't remember his name. He hasn't signed with anybody yet, right?
Oh no, they're talking about trading for him. They want to trade for Joe Thuney. Yeah, they want to trade for Joe Thuney. But Joe Thuney is going to cost you $12 million easy. He'd be a hell of a player. But he's going to cost you.
Have y'all talked about Mostert?
Yeah, someone said that earlier about trading for Mostert. I don't think you trade. I'm going to say no.
You said no?
Yeah, we're not going to give away draft picks. I can't see that.
I mean, if it's a late one, I ain't got no problem with that. I mean, he's not. What is he really worth?
I think to San Francisco, he's worth. See, the Eagles really don't spend more than like a 4th-round pick on vets. That's the thing.
I'm saying give up a 5th or a 6th. I don't think he's worth more than that.
If you're San Francisco, why? But would you really trade Mostert for a 5th or a 6th?
I mean, you're not even trying to pay him. You give him the $2.5 million.
Yeah, but I mean, he looked pretty good in that backfield, man. I don't know if they're going to do that.
Yeah, but at the same time, what are you going to get if he ain't trying to play for that? You got to.
He's going to have to play or sit it out.
But you got to understand. Right now, it's a very condensed. It's a very delicate situation with this COVID-19 stuff. People are trying to get their money for being out there because everybody feel as though, and it's rightfully so, everybody's feeling as though they are putting their life in danger, putting their family's life in danger every time they step on a football field because who knows what's going to happen? Who knows who has this? Who knows who has that? I understand, they got tests and all that kind of stuff, but this is the argument that they can make. Yo, I need to be paid more because of I'm putting my own health in harm's way, even more than last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Guys, I understand they got Breida, but you got to understand the way San Francisco works. They'll use 2 or 3 running backs, and they'll get their share of carries. Here's my thing, man. The NFL is already talking about, in the Players Association, was already talking about asking the players to take a 35% payroll deduction, which I think is ludicrous. I think they're the ones that are inherently taking all the risk. And even the coaches, like some of these older coaches, man, that does concern me. Some of these dudes are real susceptible. But I don't know, Reese, man. I don't think he's going to get it. Not in Philly. Because he's going to want to get paid here, too. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you give him $4 million, I think I don't know. If you give him $4 million, I don't think he's looking for an extension. I'm not sure about that. I think he just wants more than $2.5 million. You know what I mean?
$4 million, though. Sorry, that like echoed crazy. We let Howard walk over 5. You think 1 mil was the difference?
Yo, that was one of the dumbest decisions the Eagles made, especially this year. Like, we haven't grinded them up about this, man, but it was stupid as hell. Why don't you get this man? Like, why? I understand he got nicked up, and that's the only time he's really been nicked up. It was in the Eagles uniform, but you just let him slide. Like, I don't understand that. That could have been perfect for an offense. I don't get it, man. I don't get what Howie Roseman was thinking on that one. So that's really 2 things that I ain't really feeling Howie on. Of course, the Hurts pick and not signing Howard back, man. Like, you had him, and it's not like he signed a whole deal. He signed a 1-year deal. Like, so he was probably willing to sign that with us. I don't know, man. It's weird, man. I ain't feeling that.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Mozart has, I want to say, on average, it's pretty. I don't know if it was the league leading or if it's NFL leading across all years. The highest yards per average.
No,
Yeah.
it was just league leading.
Just league leading.
Yeah, it wasn't.
But he's only 186 pounds, right? Like 185 pounds.
Is he that small?
Yeah. Yeah, he's not big. Let me ask you a question. No, look.
I thought he turned himself into a power back. I didn't know that.
Nah, he's smaller. But here's the thing. You and I both know. I've met dudes when I played in high school that were almost 200 pounds and they were soft. So that doesn't always matter. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's just some dudes got it, some dudes don't.
Right.
Do you think he could fit the role we need?
Now that you're saying he only $180, no. I thought he. I don't know why I thought he went, and that's my fault because I didn't when I looked him up. I just looked at yards per carry and I looked at his stats. I didn't look up how much he weighed, but he still ran in between the tackles very well.
Yeah.
Maybe that can work, man. Damn, I didn't know it. I did not know that man was only 180.
We'll look it up real quick.
I remember him in 2015. You know, I was sitting in the jail cell and I'm reading the paper about this guy that we had. And he led the whole preseason. Of course, it's only preseason, but still, he led the whole preseason in yards from rushing yards. So I'm like, who the hell is this guy? And I seen that he played for us. You know what I mean? So I thought that we was gonna, keep him, use him, and we didn't do that. And now that I'm seeing that, he basically had a re-erection, and now he's like, he's one of the. I ain't gonna say one of the best running backs, but stat-wise, he was one of the best running backs in the NFL. I mean, it's only 1 year, and of course, it's also that scheme that they had. But I still feel as though he can probably still help with this team, especially with a guy like Miles Sanders. Like, we don't need him. We don't need Mostert to carry the load. We just need him to be there to punish people when we need to punish people because we don't want to do that to our star running back. You know what I mean? Miles Sanders is our running back, and you don't want to have him as your bruiser also. That's why I feel as though Dallas is going to fall off because Zeke is the star running back, but at the same time, he's the bruiser too. And you can't have it both ways. That's my
But hey, Reese, Wikipedia has him at 197. Not that I trust that as a source, but they do have him up at 197. But someone was reporting it the other day and he was only like 185, 186. So now, that might be see where you start the season, and I know where you start the season and where you end the season is not the same way.
Things right.
Yeah. I don't know if there could be a difference in when the physical measurements are taking place. What about the kid from Indianapolis? The running back from Indianapolis.
Which one?
I'm trying to think of his name. Give me a minute. Damn it, what is his name? He's pretty decent too, but he doesn't have a lot of playing experience. Crap.
Hines?
No, not Hines. Now I know Naheem Hines. We went to the same high school.
Oh shit.
Damn it, what is his name?
Yeah, I don't know who
Hang
you're
on.
talking about.
Hang on, let me look it up real quick, man. Let me look it up real quick. I can tell you real quick.
I'm trying to think. Because I had a couple of their running backs on my fantasy football.
All right, hang on. Chris Thompson, Jordan Howard, DeAndre Washington, Carlos Lamar Million,
We don't need any running backs, but we don't have a official power back. Do you trust Holyfield? Like I just want a power back. I want a lightning to the thunder, thunder to the lightning, whatever you want to call it. I want a guy that's going to, when I need 3rd and 3, and I don't want to put Carson Wentz in a shotgun and have him throwing for it. I need somebody that I know is going to fall forward and get them 3 yards for me. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about going out there spending nothing crazy for a running back. Because if you look at the running backs that we have small, shifty running backs. We don't have a bruiser. We don't have a LeGarrette Blount. LeGarrette Blount was so big in 2017. People don't understand that, how big he was. He was the only player to score in every single postseason game that we had. He scored against Atlanta, the only touchdown against Atlanta. He scored against Minnesota. He scored against the Patriots. So we need that kind of bruiser. That's all I'm saying.
Jonathan Williams is who I was thinking, bro. Damn, I couldn't find it. Young dude. Okay. Yeah, got decent size. I mean, when he's had opportunities, I thought he's been pretty productive for Indianapolis. You know, coming out of Frank Reich's system, it's probably not drastically different from ours. Like I said, he's got decent size. He's not like a big back. I mean, I'm not going to call him like a, he's not a Carlos Hyde type, but he's got enough size to him to be like a Corey Clement type. 210-ish, 215-ish, I think is somewhere around there. He might be up to 220. I don't know. I'd have to see his exact numbers, but he's not a smaller back. What about somebody like that?
Hey, everybody, Mike is fine. He just posted in the chat. Hopefully it's him. We thought you got kidnapped, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, Mike, if you're still watching. But it seems like he's fine, man. He said keep repping BBP. Y'all know what that is. Battlebird podcast. But yeah, we thought we was gonna have to call the National Guard for you, man.
Yeah, they got him up to almost 225. 6 foot, 220, right under 225. When he played, man, he played well. He just doesn't have a lot, he doesn't have a ton of playing experience. But I mean, he was pretty good when he got in games. What about somebody like that? He's young.
I would rather have Voice Freeman from Denver, and I feel as though you can probably get him cheaper. Well, not cheaper. I don't know about. I don't know too much about the guy that you're talking about. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know too much as I know about Voice Freeman. And I feel as though you don't gotta pay too much for that guy with them getting Melvin Gordon. Denver getting Melvin Gordon. So them kind of same kind of role, but Melvin Gordon obviously is the better player. So they might try to shop him around. And, me personally, I ain't got no problem with having him. I feel as though he fits exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem I would have with him is what do we have to give up to get him in terms of the cost? But definitely in terms of draft pick, his contract is very minute. So he's under $1 million.
Is Williams a free agent?
Yes, Jonathan Williams is a free agent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's two different things.
Yeah. Jonathan Williams and Isaiah Crowell, I think, are the only two really left that I would seriously put any kind of thought into. But yeah, I mean, if you're telling, like, in terms of trade targets, of course, that makes a lot of sense. But I just don't know, man. I mean, my feeling is that the Eagles are going to try to go into camp with what they got, and then they'll make adjustments when they see these guys.
But is it cool that should we trust a guy like Holyfield? Because that's really the only power back that we have, right?
So Holyfield and the young kid, the undrafted rookie free agent, we got out of Cincinnati. They're the only two. Yeah.
Okay.
But there's not a lot of game experience there. I mean, it's practically none between those two.
Neither one of them has played in an NFL game.
Exactly. Oh, Jalen Crowell already signed? Damn, bro. We're really missing out on a lot of the running backs, man. Well, I guess we're going to have to roll with what we got, man, because, I mean, the pool's getting small. Like, DeAndre Washington went fast. He would have been a good fit. Like, it sucks, man, because, yeah, this it's starting to fill up quick. So now that we're kind of getting to this, sir, to where Isaiah Crowell apparently is off the board now, do you just roll with what you have?
Hey, Charles, I'm not getting caught up on a Super Bowl team, but obviously that three-headed monster that worked. That's what I'm saying. And this scheme that we have and how we do things and how Deuce Staley wants to do things. He wants a power back. He wants a kind of like a gadget guy, and he wants an in-between guy. You know what I mean? Miles Sanders is your in-between guy. Boston Scott is kind of like your gadget guy, like your new Sproles. You know what I mean? Like, all right, you have Blunt, right? We don't have a Blunt. Now you have Jay Ajayi. Miles Sanders is a way better upgrade than Jay Ajayi. Then you had Sproles. Boston Scott can be your Sproles, but we still don't have a LeGarrette Blunt. You need me personally. I mean, if you feel different, I just feel as though we need a bruiser. You need somebody that's going to be like, yo, go get me them 3 yards. And I just feel as though we don't. Hopefully, Holyfield can be that guy. I just don't know.
It's tough, man, because I like I said, some of these kids deserve a chance, but I also think you have to have a backup plan. Like, if Sanders goes down for any length of time, and you got Boston Scott and the kid behind him you don't know about, you know, that could get ugly quick. I mean, that's can become a problem real fast. Because Miles Sanders is going to get. I got a feeling Miles Sanders is his load is going to get a lot heavier this year. So the probability of injury is probably going to increase.
Hey, Charles, don't forget we had Bryce Brown. I mean, he wasn't nothing major, but he was a power back.
Yeah.
He was a guy that could take off when LaShawn McCoy didn't have to go and get them big yards. You know what I mean? So I mean, you can have it both ways. You can have Miles Sanders getting beat up and all that kind of stuff trying to get them yards, or you can say you can save your, I ain't gonna say franchise, but you can save your number one running back by putting guys behind him to do the dirty work. You know what I mean? I just feel as though Miles Sanders is the type of guy that you don't want him doing all the dirty work, man. I don't think he's built like that. I love Miles Sanders, but he's not built like Saquon. He's not even built like a CMC. I ain't gonna lie to you. I like Miles, but he's not a guy that you just want to do everything. That's my personal opinion. Maybe I could be wrong. Hopefully I am. But to me, I just feel as though we need a power back, man.
Yeah. I mean, I think you go into camp and then you assess it, but I don't know, man. Like, it can get really muddy because here's my thing. I like Boston Scott. But if something happens to Miles Sanders and you lose him for a 3 or 4 game stretch, Boston Scott's a complimentary back, in my opinion, not a feature guy.
Not at all. Right.
So, yeah, Charles, you think it's going to be Clement? Here's the thing, though. Clement's been injured 2018, 2019. I mean, is he going to break the trend in 2020 and finally be healthy?
Wait,
I mean, that's my concern with Corey Clement, man, is that I was a big supporter of Clement last year. I kept saying he was going to make the 53, and I was right. But, it's tough, man. He's been injured. He hasn't really been the same.
Yeah, you can just see it in his running. He ain't been the same. But Josh Adams is a good. I don't even know where he's at. That's it.
I think he's still with the Jets.
Wow, I don't know. I mean, Josh Adams probably would be a good fit for what we have now, but he just wasn't that. He wasn't that guy in 2018, man. Even though he led the Eagles in rushing, but yeah, I'm kind of cool off Josh Adams, even though he's from the 215.
Yeah. Charles, so is Brooks. You just made my point, bro, and he's injured again.
Well, what happened? What did he say?
Said about, Clement being injured in 2018, 2019. And we really trust that he's the same player and that he's going to remain healthy in 2020. I mean, Brooks is already down for 2020. I don't think it's a smart idea for a running back who's had numerous lower body injuries to be a dependent upon piece like that.
Right. Hey, Steve.
Getting tired, bro?
Yeah, man. I had a hard day at work, man. I had to do three homes today, man, after getting off from my part-time job, man.
Oof.
Yeah. It was that kind of day. That's why I got here kind of late, and also I indulged in the battle rap a little bit, man. I missed a couple battles, but I catch them on the fly, man.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, Rock, what up, man?
Well, that's to his favor, though, man. Wentz, first off, Wentz and Brooks are completely different talent levels than Corey Clement. And then also, Corey Clement getting hurt on special teams, I'm not too sure is a favorable outcome. He's gotten injured, I think, consecutive years on special teams. If you're going to play the third or fourth running back, guess what you're going to have to do? You've got to play special teams. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm counting the kid out, but he didn't. I mean, look, he's going to have to be fully healthy, man, and he hasn't shown that. Not in a long time. I mean, Wentz, when he came back last year, we saw he was fully healthy. Brandon Brooks, we all had question marks last year. A lot of us felt like, whoa, week one? I'm not too sure. I would count on people being, I don't know, as quick a healer as Brandon Brooks was, man. I mean, it's pretty rare, man.
Yeah, he was like Wolverine, man. But do you think that has anything to do with the injury that he has now, though? Like, it's like when you work so hard on one part of your body, are you just diminishing your other part of your body? You know what I mean? Like, if I work so hard on my right leg, am I leaving out my left leg, and now I'm kind of lopsided, and now this leg can be injured? So it's like, I don't know, man. Like, the injuries happen no matter what. But do you feel as though he rushed too fast and did too much on his left leg and then got hurt on his right leg?
Possibly. It's very possible, man. I mean, he tore the Achilles on the other leg. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
I never had that kind of injury, man. Not while playing football. You know what I mean? So I don't know what it's like to try to rehab that. I don't know what it's like to try to come back from that and play football again, knowing that you have that injury. Are you overcompensating for that while you're training? You know what I mean? Trying to make sure that you get to the level that your left or right leg should be, but at the same time, you're overdoing it, and now you're not even paying attention to the other side, and now the other side get hurt. So I don't know, man. It's just weird, yo.
Hey, Sadon. I'm about to jump off here too, Reese, bro, because we've been going for 4 hours at this point, man. But listen, hit me up, hit Reese up, or hit Mike up, man. Listen, you can find me on any social platform. I'm not that creative. It's my name. I promise you. Steve. I spell mine with a V. And then my last name is Heider, Heitter. It's at Heider Steve on Twitter. I think Instagram is Steve Heider, maybe Steve _Heider, something like that. It's pretty easy to find me. Like Facebook, hit me up, man. And what we'll do is we'll put you on for a full live, Sadon. So you get like, that's what we're doing. We're featuring content creators. So we'll put you on for a full one, man. You just got to hit us up so we can get you on schedule, and then we'll get you, all caught up for like what we're gonna do. But just hit us up, man. We're definitely trying to find more and more young content creators, people that maybe people don't know about, not necessarily young, but content creators that people may not know about, that we know about.
Young in YouTube years or YouTube months or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at old Jones, we done had by Cher Randall on here. We done had Philly Notion on here. And, you know, we just trying to give light to people that's up and coming and doing their thing and grinding for this, man. You know, we're trying to give things that have not been done for us. You know what I mean? Not no slight on people before us, but we're trying to make sure that if you know what you're talking about, and somebody like one of us three co-signs you, and we bring you on, you know what I mean, that you get the light that you deserve, basically. You know what I mean? Because we know what it's like to grind from nothing, to be at 50 subscribers and you feel like you're talking to your damn self. Trust me, we know. Damn, it's somebody else that I wanted to. It's somebody else. Who did I say I wanted to bring on here? Steve, when I first came on the joint.
Bird Gang.
Oh yeah, Bird Gang Sports. Want to get him on here too. There's a couple other people we want to get on here, man. We're trying to get the guys that's up and coming, and then probably get the guys like LB and Philly 500 and all that kind of stuff. You know, constantly talk to them guys, man. And we're trying to do a lot of different things with this stream, with this podcast, and we're trying to be as much active as we can be. You know what I mean? Because especially through this pandemic, man, we try to make sure that we give y'all all that we can, man.
Yeah. Hey, be more careful, man. I appreciate it, bro. Philly Notion, what's good, my guy? I appreciate you, man. Hey, Philly, stay fresh and cerebral fracture. I like
that. Hit that subscribe.
Yeah. Hey, guys, and for y'all that don't know, Sadon Alaron's been he's been around for a minute with us. Like, I met him I want to say it was October. Like, he's been around for a minute. But we're trying to like in this little community we got here, Eagles content creators. It's kind of nice because we really do know each other.
Well, Mike keep popping in and out, man.
Yeah, look at Mike.
Turtle.
Mike, just jump on for a second, man.
Yeah.
All right, I got you, Sadon.
Yeah, but it's Sadon. It's hard to communicate through the comments. Like, you know, I don't know if you got like some type of Instagram, Twitter, whatever. You know what I mean, so that we can actually talk. You know, or one of us can actually holler at you and talk to you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
talking through the comments is hit and miss. You know what I mean? And it's certain things that we gotta send you links and all that kind of stuff. So we can't send that through your comments. So if you got a Twitter or whatever, man, just drop that John down there, and we'll get with you. What Charles Smith?
We put it in the comment section. We're gonna have everybody. We're gonna be a full 10 deep here because people are gonna click on it. Hey guys, also, as the season comes around, I'm gonna work with Reese and with Mike, guys. I would like to try to do something to where maybe we can do a pregame show or something. We'll do a Battle Birds podcast, like pregame show before the games, where we can talk about the matchups, what's going to go on, all that kind of stuff, guys. I would love to even maybe do some post-game format stuff, guys, to where, StreamYard lets us put up to 10 people. So we can do some, you guys come in, post-game, we can talk, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, definitely some stuff like that. Of course, this is all us assuming there'll be a football season. I'm fairly confident there'll be one, but I also realize that, bigger things going on. But yeah, I definitely want to do pregame format, guys, so we can really break down matchups and stuff, and we can really talk.
Crazy. I don't know if it was happening before this, but you see a lot of people doing this now. You see a lot of people. Yeah. You see a lot of people, 3 and 4 people going live, and I mean, I'm cool with being a trendsetter. You know what I mean? Like, I went to a school, man. A lot of people was wearing chaps. I started wearing polo, so I'm cool with being a trendsetter. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Absolutely, bro. I mean, to be real, it did happen. But you know what, guys? Hey, man, we appreciate y'all because, this was us just bullcrapping together one day, coming on to do a live together, and then y'all made it into what it is. It was the interaction we had with you guys that made Reese, Mike, and myself say, we got to keep this thing going. This is actually kind of cool.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we do appreciate y'all. Hey, guys, we've been rocking for 4 hours and 15 minutes. I was trying to delay to get to that 4:15. I appreciate y'all tuning in, man. Every Saturday, we love talking to y'all, minus the 4th of July, because that was just an awkward time frame falling. But, hey, man, we'll be back at this again next Saturday. I do think we will have a special guest again next Saturday. So I don't want to reveal who it is, Mike. Don't reveal it. But we're going to work with a special guest for y'all for next Saturday, all right? All right, y'all. Peace. I'm going to jump out of here, man, because I know Reese is ready to go to sleep, bro. He's been working all day. So,
hey, man,
don't how I close my videos.
I'm back up. Back up. Say no.
You know how I close my videos. Little EAPLES. All right, y'all. Let's go, Eagles.
Y'all know what it is, man. Stay Philly. Stay fresh, y'all.
Laters, y'all.